Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Hey guys, we're hopping on over. Y'all come see me over there. We're going to go into the Lori Daybell trial in a minute. Okay, everybody. So we are now going into the Lori Daybell trial. I had the feed up, and for some reason it got stuck. So we are slightly behind, but not too much. But that's okay. That way we can zoom a little bit. And on lunch break, we'll go back to this just to let you know. In the Monica Simatilli trial, I believe, let me see, are they still on? They're still on the defense's closing. So, yeah, this is going to be hi, everybody. Imaged by Yvonne, Gerald, Erin, yay, June, all of you. Welcome. But I'm not going to talk too much. Let's get into court and get ready to go. I got to share screen first and get everybody up and going. Yay! There we go. And I got to get rid of that because I got to go back and do that. But anyway, let's get into court. Let me just zoom. No audio while juror 16 question.
Let's see. Proceeded to the patient to start an assessment.
Here we go, day 2, and we're off.
And then Captain Keller had already come in.
I'm pretty confident, yes, he would have been quicker getting off the truck and inside.
And so you did your assessment, and then what?
My assessment revealed that he was unresponsive, no pulse, no breathing, so I would have started CPR, started chest compressions.
Did you do that with his shirt on?
I would have lifted that out of the way so I could find the proper landmarks.
So you had said that you saw that there was, let's see, 2 gunshot wounds. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you saw that through the shirt? Or how did you assess that when you first entered? That's my question.
Once I'm doing CPR, I can see 2 bullet holes in the shirt. I can see that on the chest and on the abdomen. I can see the wounds as I'm looking at the chest and doing chest compressions.
Okay. And then he had on what color shirt?
I wouldn't have recalled other than, I guess, the video yesterday. I think it was a dark colored shirt I think we saw on the screen.
And so you had talked yesterday about the blood being more blood on chest, not pooled around your knees, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
And so with the dark shirt, was it hard to see the blood? I'm kind of trying to see what you saw when you entered.
I remember seeing blood on the chest. It wasn't, I remember not seeing blood on the abdomen.
And there were holes in the shirt, 2 holes in the front side?
I would, best of my call, yes.
Okay. And when did you cut off the shirt, and how does that procedure work?
I continued doing CPR, chest compressions. One of my other colleagues would have cut that off, and knowing that the shirt maybe is potentially evidence, that's why I said to her, don't cut through where the holes are. So she could have cut down the side instead.
Okay, Just FYI, Miss June has given us an update. Done for the day. 3 jurors added to the Karen Reed trial. That brings it to 12 because one was excused for the previous day for personal reasons. Four more are needed to begin. So they are done for the day. They did a half a day. Okie dokie. So maybe we'll get the rest tomorrow. Back
Put
to
them on
the
the
court.
top of the body.
And do you use like a special scissors or something for that?
Yeah, we
Or-
have some trauma shears in our equipment.
Okay. And who was that? Was that Phelps or?
I believe that was firefighter Kaczynski.
Okay. Kaczynski, that's one I didn't have. So who all was sitting there with you that was on scene at that time?
Firefighter Fife would have been there.
Mhm.
Firefighter Kaczynski, the 3 of us, kind of like we saw in the video or I get the picture yesterday. All 3 of us around the patient, while Captain Keller was standing back a little bit, like you saw in the picture.
Okay. You said that you had been a CPR instructor for 12 years. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And was that for the last 12 years or 12 years ago?
approximate dates 2004 to 2016, let's say.
Okay. And so have you taught people who have never done CPR before?
Have I taught those individuals? Yes,
Right. And not just like people renewing their certification, but both.
correct.
Okay. How many people would you say that you've taught that have never done CPR before?
Never done CPR, and it's probably in the hundreds over that long of doing that.
So you'd be familiar with how a first timer would react.
Yeah, you try to forewarn them what to expect.
Thank
Okay.
you, babe.
So these first
Hello,
timers,
Jesse.
they have to be taught the appropriate place to place their hands. Would that be fair?
That is part of the course, yes.
Yes.
And so do you show them or do you just tell them in class where to put their hands?
It's a video-based system through American Heart. There's a curriculum that we would have been following.
Okay. So if you could only tell them like over the phone, that might be difficult for them to know the correct placement of their hands if they've never done it before.
I guess it depends on the instructions that the dispatcher gave. Ultimately, if I was telling somebody over the phone, you want to put your hands on their chest, on the lower part of the chest. It's that kind of simple, so to speak.
Okay. But without the video, if you were teaching a class and you didn't have the video, it might be difficult, right? For a bunch of first timers.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. You can answer.
Does it mean answer? Oh, okay. Sorry. Can you repeat the question then?
Yeah, so it might be difficult. If you didn't have the video, it might be difficult, for a bunch of first timers to know exactly what to do if you just had to tell them middle of the chest, lower chest.
I mean, you could obviously show on a person. You could show on yourself.
If you couldn't show them and you could only tell them, could it be difficult?
I suppose it's possible depending on the person.
Okay, that's fair. So do you think that your CPR class would be fairly successful if you had no visuals?
Objection, relevance, speculation.
Next question.
I got it, Your Honor. So if a person had never done it before and was just told how to do it, is it possible that they might not be acquainted with where to put their hands?
It's possible.
And it would also be possible that they might not do it properly.
That could be possible too.
And right now, when you're teaching CPR, and I didn't say you are teaching right now, but if you're teaching a class, are they just doing percussions now? There's no breathing in the mouth. Is that correct?
It's going to
No.
depend on the level of the class. As far as the lay rescuer, people that have never done it before, that just want to have the training. It's evolved and
Okay, I gotta stop here. I am certified to teach hands only CPR. Hands only. The compressions, the speed, all of that. But like he's saying, they're different levels. If you're not comfortable with mouth to mouth, but you want to know something, then the hands only CPR is important. Then you have the basic CPR, which is 30 compressions to 1 breath. The song you want to sing in your head is Staying Alive. Dun, 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 dun. That's the rhythm you want. And then the more advanced is the one where you do AED machines and all of that. So I don't know why she's harping on hands only CPR.
We're teaching compression only. That is a form of CPR now also, just doing chest compressions.
And how long do you teach to do that for? How long of a period before you take a rest or?
Why are
Well,
you
it varies
harping on
depending on
CPR?
if patient is an adult or a child. There are different
He had
guidelines
gunshot wounds through the heart.
that American Heart offers. So in those courses, they're getting to learn information for adults and children and infants also.
Correct, right. So for an adult, how long, like 30, 100, 150? It's been a while.
That's what I said.
So just wondering.
Yep.
With an adult, they're also taught they
This
need to
is
call
Lori.
for help
Yeah.
right away also. So that's a factor. Are they alone? Is somebody else able to call?
Yes, they are.
Can they call, put the phone on speaker, start, while talking to 911? And then they would just keep going until help arrives.
So there's no timing, like you take a,
And also, now I've never done dispatch, but a dispatcher told me that she has like a metronome light that she uses, and she'll sit there and she'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, and keep that rhythm going with that person the whole time until she has to tell them something different, and then she'll go back 1, 2, 3, 4. So they are very trained in how to give instruction on CPR.
10-second break, you just do compressions.
Not for that type of level of CPR, there wasn't.
Okay.
So
So
apparently
it's
he
helpful
had
if you had
hands
someone
only.
there that you could like take turns, like I do 100 and then you do 100, because it's kind of exhausting, right?
Objection,
Yeah.
compound question, relevance.
I'll sustain it as the compound question. You can re-ask the question ask it in a different way. Go ahead.
So how long did you administer the CPR before you did the flip over? How long do you think that was?
Before we rolled him to look at the back, is that what you're?
Correct. Yes, that's correct.
He's got it.
I would estimate maybe up to a minute.
Okay. And then were you counting compressions? Is that what you were doing during that time, or do you not count? You just do it for a certain amount of time?
I don't recall if I was counting.
Most people do not count compressions when you're first responder. You're too busy pumping the chest, looking at everything else. You're observing what's happening. You don't sit there and go 1, 2, 50, 60, 80, 90, 110. We don't do that. We just get in the rhythm and go.
I mean, I was doing the chest compressions while waiting for the rest of the team to arrive and for us to continue to.
Haley Mouse, yes, they do, but it depends on the county and everything. This woman wanted a visual light. So because, they're looking at all they got thousands of information. So has a light. So when she's over here and she's reading something, she can keep the rhythm. It was her way of doing it. This was also a little bit back. Wasn't recent. I keep going. I'm going to have a comfort break.
Assessing, see if we're going to continue to work the patient and utilize more equipment.
And there were 3 of you there.
4 total, but 3 by the patient.
Okay. And then you could take turns, right? Like trade off if you needed to.
If we needed to, yes.
So that'd be a lot easier than when you're just there by yourself. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how long, after the rolling over, did you started doing compressions again? Is that correct?
Yes.
That's what I had.
Yes, I believe so.
And how long did you do that for?
I would estimate maybe upwards of another minute
So maybe 2 minutes total?
during that sequence, yes.
And was there another sequence?
At some point, we would have stopped doing chest compressions so we could evaluate the heart rhythm. That's on the heart monitor.
With the heart
And
monitor?
you can't be doing compressions to evaluate that.
Okay. And then you didn't continue compressions after the heart monitor at all?
From what I recall, I resumed again in brief discussion as far as what direction we were going to go.
And what were the results of the heart monitor?
There was no electrical activity.
And how long was the heart monitor applied compared to when you started the first compressions?
I'm not sure if I understand the question. Maybe you can reword it or.
Sure. How far into your treatment, I should say, did you guys stop and do the heart monitor?
I would estimate that the monitor probably was on within 2 minutes of making patient contact.
Okay. And how long does that take?
To do what? To put it on?
Well, yeah, to put it on, get a reading, and decide what you're going to do next.
It could take, you got to turn it on, open up a compartment to get the pads out of that compartment. You've got to open that packaging to be able to apply it to the patient's chest area. If the chest is wet, which there's some blood, you need to dry that so it's going to adhere more properly, read more properly. So you could be looking at 30 seconds to a minute possibly of working through that.
Okay. And did you have to do that in this case, is remove blood to stick them on?
I would assume so, but I was doing chest compressions, so that would have been one of the other two firefighters kind of working through that.
Okay. So I understand correctly, you said when you rolled him over, did you cut the shirt in the back also to see the exit wounds? Is that?
No, we only had to cut the shirt one time. That was when he was still laying on his back. You cut it down the side and that opens it up to where then you can remove it from the body, pull it off.
So you did pull it off completely at some point?
More than likely, I would say yes. That's typically what we would do.
Okay. But you don't remember if you did that in this case?
I know that I didn't do that because I was doing chest compressions. So I would assume one of my colleagues did that completely. That's typically what we do.
Okay. And so you're back to doing the compressions for the third time, and then you stopped that at some point. Was there another procedure after that?
No, at that point in time is when we would have called the patient.
And who announces that?
Ultimately, I remember our captain, since he's in charge of the crew, would be considered the lead medic. He has the most experience. He's also charting the call, kind of running it, kind of made that final decision.
And that would be Captain Keller? I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yes, correct.
And then he did call it at, do you know what time?
It would have, I don't have it memorized, no, it would have been like in the charting that he was doing.
And who documents that?
He would have
that time? He
documented
would have
that.
done it? Okay. In preparation for your testimony here today, did you review the 911 call at all?
I'm back.
No, not in preparation for
That's my
today.
flashlight.
Not the actual
Take my
audio. No,
flashlight.
No.
no, not today. Not for this.
What did you review for today?
I was able to look at the incident times were dispatched by Phoenix Fire Department.
Hey, Diane.
I was able to look at the paper documentation. I was able to see my testimony from Idaho. I was able to see my testimony with Chandler PD when they came to the fire station a couple of weeks after this incident.
And what paper documentation did you actually take a look at?
It would have been the chart that Captain Keller documented.
And what does that chart consist of?
There would be scene times, date, time, address, patient information, name, address, maybe medical history, things that we, a narrative of what we discovered, what we've done, treatments that we've done, the heart rhythm from the monitor attached to it.
Do you have black with you today?
I just changed out of it.
Oh,
I'll go put it back on. Give me a
So
minute.
that would all be in Captain Keller's report.
Correct.
And you did take a look at that in preparation for today?
Yes.
And did you write a report regarding this incident?
No.
You don't have to document anything?
Just one person documents the call.
So for all of the people that were there from fire?
Correct.
Okay. So that's the total report, is you just give your input to him and he puts it into the report?
Correct.
And that's the same for the other two firefighters that were along with you?
That's correct.
Okay. They don't have their own individual reports as well?
No.
Okay. And what time were you dismissed from the scene?
I mean, we probably only remained an additional 5 to 10 minutes. The chart would have that time. I don't necessarily have it by memory.
So how long were you at the scene total? Like,
If I had to estimate without looking at it, I would say approximately 20, 25 minutes.
okay. And then you were like the driver of the truck, right? Was that your
Correct.
responsibility? So you
Correct.
drove in and then did you drive out as well?
Correct.
Okay. So if you guys arrived around 8:41 or something like that, then you left around 25 minutes later? Would that be accurate?
I guess when I was giving that estimate of like the 2025, I was even including like our dispatch time from the time we're dispatched driving to the scene. So if you're wanting to know actual on scene time, it might be closer, instead of the 20 to 25, it might be more of a closer to 20 solid. Like,
20 minutes?
yeah.
Okay. And is that typical for a call?
It can vary depending on the calls.
Okay. So what other things did you do in that 20 minutes besides administer to the patient?
So I'm including in that time while we're staged around the corner, waiting for PD to arrive, then for PD to clear the scene,
we're
for us to drive to the scene. There's the time with the patient, and then there's going to be the cleanup afterwards, removing our equipment,
Oh,
going outside.
Go twins.
Maybe the
this way.
equipment needs to be cleaned, restocked, ready for another call. So when we drive away, we're ready to respond to another emergency and then drive away.
Okay. So when you were done with the patient and you were going through that procedure of cleaning, were you in the house or did you exit the house?
We'll remove all of our stuff and we'll go outside, typically to the front bumper of the fire truck.
And then what do you do?
We have cleaning chemicals on the truck that we could get out to, clean our equipment up to reuse it. We've got cabinet with restock to be able to restock anything that might need to be. So we'll take care of those things to be ready to respond to another call.
Okay. And while you were out front, did you see Alex on the curb?
I did see somebody on the curb, or I don't remember if he was on the curb or standing, but I remember seeing somebody with an officer or officers. I don't recall how many people might have been together.
Okay. And did you converse with those officers at all during that time?
I don't believe so. I don't really remember conversing with any officers on scene. That would have been more Captain Keller, charting, documenting, kind of getting information from them. He would be able to answer that question.
Okay. So did you, was anybody in firefighting on your team, the four of you that were there, was anyone asked to take a look at Alex?
We were not.
Let's see. Have you spoken to the media about this case?
I'm going to object. Relevance.
What's the relevance?
What is the relevance, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Just to know how many times he's given testimony?
Your Honor, I'm
Right.
going
I'm gonna
to, maybe
sus-
we can
hold on.
sidebar.
Yeah, I don't want to. All right, let's go on sidebar.
Bye-bye.
Sidebar. Okay, let me look at, don't they have the full instruction prompt up things on the screen to talk to people though? Yeah, they do. They do. And if you're really experienced, you don't need it. Why don't they have, okay, those pads, are they very sticky and pinch a bit to be pulled off? Those things hurt. If you got hair on your chest, if they can shave, we don't have time to shave. They're real sticky. It's like,
That's only if you have black coffee, according to my daddy.
oh, hush. Yeah, they're pads. They're some people call them paddle pads. They used to be the metal paddles where you went, but now they're just medical torture. Yes.
Is that what it is?
But I will tell you, I've been in a situation where there's too much fluid, red fluid coming out of the body. And we tried to get those pads on, and man, they were hard. They didn't want to stick. Went through 3 of them. I mean, we were like ripping them open real fast and trying to towel dry and stick, and it was a mess.
Yeah. I was a mess this morning when I fell, and my arm was just a bleeding.
It is when,
Oh, this morning, trying to get back to my bed.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah, he did too, because I could have been my head instead of my arm.
Ugh. Well, your head's harder.
No, no.
You got a
Yes.
hard head.
Yes, I tell you what, though, my closet is beautiful. It's the only place in my house that's straight. I walked in, opened my closet door, and go, oh, I want to live in my closet.
Hold on, we're going to come over here for a sec. I want to see what he says at the end of his talking.
8 years. Not Monica, you're a great person. Not Monica, you did the right thing. Not Monica, you were a great wife. Not Monica, you were a great mother. Not Monica, you were even a great person. But Monica, you're not a murderer. And they have not proven you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. She's waiting to hear to say the words. She's been waiting. She wants you to say the words she's been waiting to hear for 8 years. Monica Simontilli, you are not guilty of these charges.
Oh, he's
And we
done.
hope and expect you to return that verdict, however long or however short it takes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will be in recess for lunch until 1:30. The admonition applies. Have a good lunch.
Oh, now there's tears. Okay, so now we're lunch. We're going to go into redirect. God help us, y'all. God help us. Oh, I can zoom. That's right. I forget.
Compressions on that could, just a few more questions.
The proper interpreting waiting position.
Yeah, yes.
Mr.
And
Cass,
me sitting here in my shorts and sandals.
is it possible that if there was a wound to the chest, that doing compressions on that could cause other damage?
I suppose it's possible, but ultimately it doesn't matter. If the heart isn't beating, it's what you got to do. It's the appropriate treatment.
So would a common person who doesn't know how to do CPR maybe hesitate about pushing on a bullet wound?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
But you wouldn't.
Can you repeat the question?
You wouldn't hesitate to push on the bullet wound if the heart was stopped?
No, I wouldn't.
And you would have to assess if the heart was stopped in order to do that?
Yes, you would check a pulse like we did. We would, use our equipment like we did.
Okay.
How do you do hesitate? Wait, why
So the
did I think of that?
two
Stop.
wounds that you saw when you first got there, one was in the chest and one was where?
In the abdomen.
On the right side or the left side?
That's me.
I would be speculating as to how the specific spot or area without actually maybe seeing documentation.
Okay. And can you tell me about I think there's a word for it, but I'm sorry, I can't remember what it was. The crunch.
When doing the chest compressions,
Correct.
I don't know if there was necessarily a certain word that I used, but you feel the sternum crack. I compare it to, like I said before, cracking your knuckles.
And how much pressure would you have to apply to get the crack?
That could vary, like depending on who you're doing CPR on.
Like on an adult male?
I mean, it could still vary depending on, the strength of the person doing CPR also. It could vary depending on the size of that adult male also. So I've never seen like any science that might say you got to deliver this much pounds of force or anything.
Right,
So,
like 400 pounds of pressure or something?
yeah,
I don't know.
Right.
Okay.
You're just
So
going to push
there isn't-
hard.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Can't have you talk over one another. So he's finished his answer. Go ahead and answer your next question.
So there's no determined amount of pressure, correct?
Just hard and fast. When it comes to people doing CPR, for us, we're working as a team. We have equipment that can tell us if we're pushing hard enough. For a person without that equipment, just hard and fast.
Okay. that's
Stay in the
fair.
light.
And then
Stay in the light.
they don't always get the crack, right? It's not always going to happen.
If they're doing it forcefully enough, they would.
So if they didn't do it forcefully enough, it wouldn't.
That is possible, yes.
But then when you come in, the professionals, and you apply the correct amount of force, then you would hear the crack.
Yes,
And is that possible that that happened in this case?
it is possible.
Okay, no more questions.
All right, redirect.
Does 911 have to regularly instruct people on how to perform CPR?
I don't know if I can answer that since I don't, do that since I'm not 911.
Have you regularly heard while listening to the radio 911 instructing people on how to do CPR?
We have had PTI information when we're responding to a call that will tell us that they are either performing CPR or being instructed to.
So you've seen in the past that 911 is prepared to handle individuals who may not know how to perform CPR.
Yes,
And that's to help try to keep the patient's blood moving while you're en route.
correct.
You were asked a lot about trading off and other people doing compressions. At this scene with this patient, Charles Vallow, did you ever trade off and have someone else do the CPR compressions?
No,
You were the only one doing the CPR compressions.
yes,
Were you doing CPR while another paramedic or EMT was getting the heart monitor ready?
yes,
So this timeline of however long it took them is in conjunction with you still performing CPR.
yes,
You talked about Charles's shirt being cut. If photographs from the scene show his shirt still around his neck, would that indicate that it wasn't removed from him?
after the cutting.
Yeah, so if police, let me ask you this. When you guys are done and he's called deceased, do you put his clothing back on or modify him in any way?
No, we would just take our equipment that's necessary to take.
So if his shirt was still around his neck, then that's how it would have been left.
Correct.
You were asked about whether or not you should perform CPR on a person who has a gunshot wound. Is there any reason why a person with a gunshot wound would not need to have blood circulating through their body to bring oxygen versus some other type of injury?
No,
Is the whole point of CPR to make sure that blood is circulating to get oxygen to their brain
yes,
so that they don't go brain dead?
yes,
And you said that ultimately it wouldn't matter if you cause more injuries because if they're brain dead, who cares, right?
correct.
In your assessment, did you feel that no one had performed CPR on Charles Vallow before you arrived?
I had felt that, and I do know in my testimony to Chandler PD, I had stated that, or it's probably in my testimony that it was not efficient or something to those lines. But I felt like no, it had not.
Okay, you felt like no, it had not been done.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, I see at least one juror question. We'll go on a sidebar. Please, if you're a juror and you have any additional questions, pass down your question to the basket.
Sidebar. Sidebar. That's handlebar mustache.
Yeah.
I've lost so much weight that this is like hanging,
It's
falling off of me.
wonderful. That's what
Barcode.
we'll do.
I look like Emily D. Baker today.
I look like Diane today. Every day.
I already had somebody send me in my other media for about Are you trying to copy somebody? And I went, no. I said, she's copying me. I'm older than her.
That's right.
A little bit older, like 10 years.
Just a day or two.
I'm ancient.
Honey, I'm older than dirt.
No, you're mummified.
Mummified.
I'm
Mummified.
kidding. I'm ancient. You're mummied.
I'm mummy. Just call me mummy. Just call me
Oh,
mummy.
Miss Elena says, "Hola, Miss Diane.
See?
Good to see you, my dear."
Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes.
He looks so indifferent. He's like,
All right, so you're going to come on up here.
oh, I can do that with Diane, y'all.
Just
You need
stand
to
right here and
understand,
be
Miss
sworn in.
Diane and I,
Hey, I know her. I know her secrets.
at least
We're where they're
to
buried.
you, I did on my dad's 40th birthday. My mother said he's officially old. I said, so did he write on stone tablets and wear wooden shoes to school? And I was serious. That devastated him.
It's very simple. Even though we interpret murder trials, I know where all the dead bodies are
All right, you're
buried.
going to come up this ramp over here and have a seat to my left.
I thought there was a question from the jurors.
Something's going on. What's happening?
New person.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
They couldn't ask it.
My name is
Diane,
Kent
until I
Keller.
get
I'm
the name up, I need you to
recently
interpret,
retired
please,
captain with Chandler Fire Department.
because
When
I
did
can't
you
do both.
retire?
April of 2022.
And how long did you work with the
Kent
Chandler
Keller
Fire Department?
retired.
32 years.
While you were there in, let's talk about 2019, what were your duties? What was your rank?
My rank was captain. I was an engine captain, so a company officer. I
Okay, I'm back.
was in charge of a
You do the
four-person
man.
crew. We basically respond for calls to service and the different functions of a.
Did those calls for service include medical calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any training in the area of, I guess, medical treatment yourself?
Yes, I'm a paramedic. I went to paramedic school in 1991.
Be captain,
And
you have to
can
be a
you tell
paramedic.
us, is there or was there ongoing type of continuing training to be a paramedic?
Yes, yes, ma'am. There is continuing education throughout the year. You have to have a certain number of hours in each subject, and as well as updates as far as pharmacology or different treatment modalities. So yes, there is constant change.
And the difference between a paramedic and an EMT?
Well, an EMT is EMT-B, EMT basic. A paramedic is an EMT paramedic. So the biggest difference would be invasive treatments. So you're trained with more ability to provide.
An EMT cannot provide and administer medications such as pain meds, and they cannot do certain procedures that are invasive, where a paramedic can do medication, intubation, tracheotomies, etc.
Care, cardiology, and pharmacology.
When fire gets a call of a person who is shot, what is sort of the normal response? What does fire do when they are coming to a scene and they know a person has been shot?
Well, what they normally would do is you get the dispatch, you look on a map, you route yourself in, And then you would determine a safe place to stage while the scene is secured by PD.
And then how do you learn that the scene is secure?
In Chandler, anyway, we have interagency communication. So you're on the radio both with Phoenix Dispatch and Chandler PD, direct car to car or to Chandler PD Dispatch.
So
They tell you,
you're actually
clear.
then told by Chandler Police that it's secure and you can come in?
Yes, ma'am. They will give you a scene safe or code 4 and cop talk.
When you arrive on scene as the captain, what is your role when you get there?
My role is scene safety, primary scene safety. That's rule number 1 in everything that we do. And in other words, as I arrive on scene, I'm going to make sure with PD that there are no more threats for our crew and get direction to where we need to do treatment.
When you have this team of 4, how do you determine who does what?
Well, I mean, that's individual crew training, and some crews might have specific jobs. Ours is more of a fill and flow. As you come to, I guess I should say, one person is charting, one person is going to be the paramedic in charge of the call. So he's running the call. His job is bigger picture. And then that'll leave 3 people for hands-on treatment until a 2-person rescue would arrive, an ambulance would arrive to help, if that were the case.
Does fire ever respond to a scene and then advise that a person is deceased?
Certainly.
And if fire responds, determines a person is deceased and this is potentially a crime scene, what does fire do at that point?
Well, fire then would pick up their gear and leave without disturbing that scene as much as possible. I mean, we have gear, we spread out our gear. When we get to a patient, you know, we have monitors and drug boxes and trauma treatment boxes. So as soon as it's determined that the patient is not viable, then you would pick up that gear and leave the scene. What you don't want to do is interfere with any investigation going forward.
And even when you are working on a person, are you trying to limit impacting the scene itself to the best of your ability?
Yes, our job would be to determine if treatment is necessary and then do that treatment regardless. But yes, what I should do, what the captain or whoever that paramedic should do that has the larger picture would be to try and minimize any disturbing of the scene.
But obviously, taking care of the patient is the primary focus, even if that causes the scene to be disturbed.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working on July 11th of 2019 around 8:30 in the morning?
Yes.
Do you recall responding to a shooting at 5531 South 4 Peaks in Chandler?
Yes.
When you responded or first went to this scene, did you guys stage like we've discussed?
Yes, ma'am.
And you advised that you're being provided information from 2 different sources?
Yes, our primary source is Phoenix Dispatch. But yes, you are able to monitor Chandler PD as well.
Is Phoenix Dispatch 911?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're getting what's coming in from 911. Are they relaying information to you?
Yes.
Are things like whether or not the patient is receiving CPR something that is very relevant to you?
Yes.
In this case, did you receive any information regarding that?
Yes. We were told that CPR instruction had been given and CPR was in progress.
Does 911, in your experience in over 30 years, are they able to provide instruction for lay people who may not know how to do 911 or not know how to do CPR compressions?
Yes, they are actually certified to do that. They train and are certified to give that instruction over the phone.
So even though it's only verbal, they've been trained to how to present that to a person over the phone.
Yes.
So you are advised that CPR instructions have been given and that CPR is being, or that compressions are being given? Yes.
Been a little while, but yes, I believe that I was told, I do know that instruction, I do remember specifically hearing that, CPR in progress. I believe I remember, I would have to, but definitely the CPR instructions had been given.
Does knowing that a person has been receiving CPR impact the way you view a patient when you enter a scene?
Yes.
How?
Well, because it would make the patient more viable. If adequate CPR were given prior to our arrival, then you would hope that good CPR was given and that oxygenated blood was being pushed around the body, which would mean that make the patient more viable at that point.
When you go to a scene where you believe CPR is given, such as this one, was that one of the things, I guess, that was part of your decision-making as you are assessing this patient?
Yes.
Can you talk to us about when you entered this residence, what do you recall?
When I entered the residence, I recall thinking that the house seemed empty, like it was either being moved into or moved out of. So there was no furniture or anything. We had a clear path to where the patient was. And I remember thinking that there's very little in this room other than the patient.
Did you notice at any point some items around the patient?
The only thing I remember being around the patient was a baseball bat and a ball cap.
And do you recall at this point where those items were in relation to him?
Yes, I believe the baseball bat would have been on the patient's right and the ball cap above him somewhere in the room. I think the baseball bat was against the wall on his right.
Do you recall ever seeing a bullet near the victim?
Once we started assessing, I did see a bullet, a spent round on the floor.
So that's sort of a little bit into you're in the
Yes, ma'am.
scene.
Yes.
Wasn't something you initially recognized?
No, no.
While you're in there, was there any officers in the room with you or inside the house?
There was at least one officer still clearing the house, I believe, or at least going through the house. I only recall for sure one officer being interior.
Diane,
Yes.
for clearing the house, we usually do safe search
Okay.
because
Safe-
it's clearing the house could be moving furniture, whatever. So safe search,
Safe. Let's see. Safe.
safe search.
Okay.
You're searching to make sure it's safe.
That works.
Sorry,
Can
that's
you
our way we
describe
do it
for
down
us
south.
How the patient, how Charles was laying when you first observed him?
Yes, ma'am. He was laying supine. He was laying on his back. As we entered, his head was towards us, so geographically, I think north. So that's how he was laying supine.
Do you recall anything about his arms or hands where they were?
I don't, to his sides, I don't recall, honestly.
Did you observe any injuries to Charles, to this patient?
Yes, he had evidently a gunshot wound to his center chest. Hole in the shirt and a small amount of blood.
Did you recall or notice anything about where the blood was pooling from that shot to the chest?
At that time, I did not, because we have to expose the patient, and the so he's a big guy, so he had a small amount of blood above his sternum.
I'm showing you Exhibit 3 that's previously been admitted. Does that look like?
It adjusts a little bit, but
Okay.
you can attempt.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Are you able to see that there?
Yes.
Kind of. Does this look like the patient that you were working on?
Yes.
And in this, do you see the blood pooling in Exhibit 3 there?
Yes.
Is that sort of what you were talking about?
Yes. Here in around the collarbone. So there's a divot here. That
Would you describe this patient as a fit man?
he seemed to be, yes.
When you saw that pooling like that, did that stand out to you or seem at all impactful in your decision of whether or not CPR had been given prior to your arrival?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because had adequate CPR been given there, I would have expected more blood possibly on there and perhaps a pool of blood under him. I didn't see any blood under him. I mean, when we first got there.
So when you guys first arrived, let's go back to sort of describing the scene. You said that you didn't notice any blood pooling under him.
I did not.
And is that something that you guys are cognizant of since you're going to have to get down and around him?
Yes, but we're more cognizant of it because it would indicate an exit wound. And obviously, the more blood there is, the more the heart was beating or CPR was being done.
Okay. So both the lack of spreading on him is one indication that kind of made you question if CPR had been given?
Yes, ma'am.
And the lack of pooling of blood underneath him was another sort of
Yes.
flag to you that maybe CPR had not been given.
And no one was doing CPR when we got there. Would have been the primary indicator to me. And I say that because if CPR were in progress by PD, if there were an officer there doing CPR, then they would have continued to do CPR until we relieved them.
If a person is shot and deceased and you start giving them compressions, can you still push blood out of those wounds?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at some point when fire arrives and they are assessing a patient, do they, I'm going to put up Exhibit 4 here. Do you need to try to remove any garments that might be around those potential gunshot wounds?
Yes, you would expose the patient.
Why is that?
Well, because you don't know for sure how many gunshots there are. You check for exit wounds. Some gunshot wounds, some entry wounds are are minimal. You wouldn't see them, you could go through a shirt and not see them. So you expose the patient.
Okay. I have Exhibit 4 up here from body cam from a officer that's previously been admitted. Do you recognize who these people are and where this is?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this you?
It is.
So in this case, at some point, was Charles's shirt cut in any way to allow access to those gunshot wounds?
That would be the norm. Is at this point they would be cutting his shirt.
Do you recall from this scene how many gunshot wounds you observed to the front of Mr. Vallow?
I believe 2.
Now, when you guys first arrived on scene, do you check the pulse? Like, what do you do when you first get there?
Yes, you would check for pulses, carotid pulse, and obvious signs of life breathing. So chest rise and fall as you are walking up to a patient.
So in this case, for Charles Vallow, did you guys find a pulse?
No, ma'am.
Did you notice him breathing?
No.
Do you do any other assessments before you start compressions?
No.
So if he's not breathing and you don't see that he has a pulse, why begin CPR? Why start compressions?
Because you don't know how long he has not been breathing or not had a pulse.
Okay.
He could have just stopped those things moments before we got there, which would make him a viable candidate, or a viable patient rather.
And does, again, the fact that you believe CPR had been performed prior to you arriving also play into your decision to see if
Yes.
he's viable?
Yes.
As other officers are doing compressions, what are you doing there?
So I am charting. So I am, in this particular case, I
Diane,
was
take it for 2 minutes.
running the call. So I'm going down a checklist, gathering information, getting, listening to what they're telling me, and having them, I'm directing them throughout the call.
Okay. So at some point, are compressions stopped to assess the patient in other ways?
Yes, after a heart monitor is on.
Okay. And so are compressions able to be performed while someone else is getting the heart monitor ready?
Yes, compressions continue throughout until you stop compressions to check for pulses.
Okay. Do you ever want to check a patient who you see have gunshot wounds, such as Mr. Vallow here, to see if there's exit wounds?
Yes, ma'am, immediately. So they would have cut his shirt, taken his shirt off, rolled him, checked for exit wounds, and then rolled him back and continued compressions.
In this case, are you documenting your observations and others about what you observed when he was rolled?
Yes,
So when he's rolled, you're looking at his back?
back, right, from the back of the head to the back of the feet.
Okay. So he's completely rolled over so that you can see his back.
Yes.
Did you notice anything about Mr. Vallow's back that may have indicated he'd been there for significantly longer than you originally thought?
He did have lividity. So there was modeling, skin modeling and lividity. Once the shirt comes off, then you could see modeling on the skin, and lividity had begun to form.
Can you tell us what modeling means?
Modeling is sort of a patchy looking skin caused from hypoxia or not enough oxygen getting to the skin. I mean, you can have mottled skin for different reasons, but in this case, it would be from his heart not beating.
Okay. And then you said lividity. What does
Yes,
that
ma'am.
mean?
So lividity is the pooling of blood, and that takes longer, much longer. So the blood will begin to leave the tissues and gravity drain to the lowest part of the body.
So when the blood isn't being circulated by either CPR or the heart, the blood just starts to pool there.
Yes,
And so you noticed that as well when he was rolled?
yes.
Did you notice any exit wounds?
I did notice at least one exit wound, yes.
After you looked at his back, do you recall, I guess, when in this process you checked his heart monitor, when that was done?
I do not. This all happens simultaneously. You asked what these different people are doing. They're doing all of those things simultaneously. So the patient is exposed, CPR has begun, and the evaluation, the rest of the evaluation is happening. So timeline, it's on the heart monitor, I'm sure, but a lot of it happens simultaneously. That answer the question? You asked that again. I'm
I
sorry.
believe so. Do you recall what the heart monitor results were?
Asystole. No electrical rhythm in the heart. Flat line for,
Do you ever look at a patient's pupils?
yes, ma'am, always.
What's that for?
Because if it's just a brain function. If you shine light on pupils, they react. When the brain stops to function, hypoxia sets in, the pupils will dilate and remain fixed, so they won't change. They're non-reactive to light.
What did you see with Mr. Vallow?
They were fixed and non-reactive.
So we heard about the pooling of the blood on Mr. Vallow when you first arrived. As CPR was being done, did you notice any blood being pushed out of his body?
A little bit more. Again, he is on his back. Exit wound was in his back, but yes, we increased the amount of blood under the patient by doing CPR.
When you first arrived, did you notice any active bleeding?
No, ma'am.
What's the relevance of no active bleeding?
No heartbeat.
Were you advised of Scott Cowden's information about when he started CPR, hearing the crunch or feeling, I guess, the crunch of him performing CPR?
Was I advised of it?
Yeah, did he let you know that?
No, but that would be expected.
And is that expected if CPR hadn't been performed?
No, not adequately. Again, big guy, so that the sternum will, the cartilage holding the sternum to the ribs breaks. It gives way. So, and that actually makes CPR much easier.
In this case, you came in, he wasn't breathing, he was pulseless, his pupils were dilated, the heart monitor said there was no activity, correct?
Yes.
When you looked at his back, you noticed both mottling, which meant that the blood wasn't moving through his body?
Yes, and modeling was on the front as well.
Okay.
So as that blood pools, so it leaves the tissue, that's gonna hasten the modeling part of it.
So you noticed that when the shirt was then cut and
Yes.
he was exposed,
Yes.
as well as when he was rolled.
Yes,
And then you also noticed on the back the lividity of the blood pooling there.
yes,
When you, I guess, obtained all of that information, did you end life-saving measures?
yes.
Who decides to end life-saving measures?
I do, as well as the rest of the crew. So Scott Cowden is also a paramedic, and he concurred So then we call that in, and we cease life-saving function, or attempts rather.
When you cease life-saving measures at a scene where someone has been shot
Mhm.
and is now deceased at the scene, do you leave sort of any attached medical devices with him?
Well, as little as possible. But so what would have been left on him would have been defibrillator pads, probably EKG electrodes, and probably a CPR puck.
Now, when you arrived on scene or when you were exiting, did you ever notice any male outside that might have been with some police officers?
Oh, a person?
Yeah.
Yes. One person, one male.
And did you notice him when you arrived or when you left?
When I arrived, again, my job in particular is to kind of get a larger overview of the scene. So I did notice a person talking with PD.
And when you observed this person, did you notice anything that he appeared to be injured in any way?
No,
So no obvious injuries to you?
no,
If you had been asked to treat him, would you have?
of course.
Did you see that same person outside when
I'm
you
going to
left?
stop for a
Yes.
minute. I have to take care of something.
And when you left, did you observe anything about him again that he appeared to be injured in any way?
No.
Did you ever see a female and a female teenager at the scene?
Yes.
Where did you see them?
They were across the street from the house we were at.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I see the adult, yes.
Can you point her out and let us know what she's wearing?
Dark blazer at the defendant's table. Dark clothes, I'm not sure.
Okay. State will ask the record to reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Good job.
Did you overhear her talking or saying anything?
I did overhear her talking with the police officers, or someone said something about not getting invited to a pool party because of the commotion at the house or something. So
Did you have any formal interaction with her?
no.
When you sort of completed and left this scene, looking back and assessing it based upon your training, your experience, what you observed and what was done to Mr. Vallow at the scene, would you agree that Charles Vallow was dead before you entered the house?
Yes.
Based upon your training, your experience, what you observed and what was done to Mr. Vallow, would you agree that it was highly unlikely that anyone had performed CPR on Charles Vallow prior to fire arriving?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, Cross.
Captain Keller,
Yes.
you were first on the scene?
The police department was first, but yes, we were the first fire unit.
First fire on the scene.
Mhm.
And can you explain to us what staging is exactly? I'm not really sure.
Sure. Staging, when there is some violent incident, the fire department, the firefighters don't have protective equipment for that sort of a scene. So we will go to a place where, close to whatever the dispatched address is, that we would be a place of safety. but close so that as soon as the scene is made safe by the police department, then we would enter into the scene.
So that would be like a couple houses away, or?
Could be a couple
Really?
houses, could be behind cover. In this case, it was gunshot was the call. So you want to make sure that you are a little ways away,
Okay.
in case
So-
there was more gunshots.
Right. So you parked somewhere on the street, but a couple houses down from the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then part of that staging is you stay there until you get the all clear?
Yes, until the police department says that it's safe to enter the scene.
Okay. And you were wearing body cam that day?
No, we don't wear body
Oh, you don't
cameras.
wear body cam? Okay. You were just that was a picture from you on the body cam?
On one
On
of the
someone
police
else's
officers,
body cam?
yes.
Okay. Okay. Do you use any instruments to obtain current body temperature? Do you
No.
guys have an instrument for that?
No.
No? Would that help you give a more approximate time of calling a time of death?
It wouldn't help me. I'm not trained to do that. So we don't have that. It's not within our scope of practice to determine that.
It's not part of paramedics training?
No.
Okay. You explained the modeling being patchy looking skin
Yes.
because of no oxygen to the skin. Is that correct?
Decreased, yes.
And so will that continue to increase? I don't really understand. Would you say modeling is complete or in progress? How does that work?
I would say in progress as less and less tissue had oxygenation, I would say it continues to model.
So would you say it was in early progress or late progress? How would you estimate that?
I could not say early or late, just modeling.
That modeling was present
Yes, yes.
at that point. So how long would it take for modeling to become present? That's kind of my question.
I don't know how long.
So it could be like
Different for different people, I
People.
suppose.
so it could be a minute, 5 minutes?
He's already indicated.
Hold on. Rephrase the question. I'll allow it, but make sure you let him answer before you ask your next question.
Okay. So it could be just a few minutes, possibly?
Possibly. I don't know.
Okay. And then lividity, you explained as a pooling of blood. The blood leaves the tissues and goes to the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you saw that as well?
yes.
And in your estimation, would that have happened soon? That's not a good question. In your estimation, that had begun?
Yes.
And was it advancing? How far?
He had lividity on the back of his torso,
So does lividity,
backs of his arms.
start immediately after the heart stops? Is that what you were saying?
I suppose it does.
Okay. And if you were on any kind of medication, would that affect that as well?
I couldn't say.
And what time of death did you document? You were making the document, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time of death did you document?
I did not put time of death, but I put a time of treatment being ceased, and I don't recall what that time was. It's on that report.
Need to see the report.
And you had stated that you were listening to dispatch on the radio, is that correct?
Yes.
So were you listening to the actual 911 operator speaking?
No, whoever is calling, if you call on the phone to a 911 operator, they would give that information to a dispatcher who would then dispatch a call with the pertinent information.
Okay, so you were getting kind of updates as it went along?
No, you get the initial call, and then if it were pertinent for us, like the scene is secure, PD's says the scene is secure, go in, then we would get that. PD would call dispatch and dispatch would then call us.
Okay, so were you aware at all that they had asked him to come outside?
No,
Okay.
Who's him? That was not clear.
You just saw that he was outside, but you didn't know that the 911 operator had told him to come outside. Is that correct?
I did not know who he was or how he was involved in it when
Okay.
we arrived.
So on those dispatch updates, it wasn't saying like shooter is in-house or shooter is outside or anything like that? Okay. That wouldn't be,
Not to us.
that's what I'm
That
saying.
might be to the police department, but that's not something we would hear.
Okay. In this case, Captain Keller, do you know for a fact that CPR had not been given?
I do not know for a fact.
And do you know for a fact that CPR had been given?
I know for a fact that we gave CPR.
Prior to your coming in?
No.
No further questions?
All right, redirect.
Which do you see first, modeling or lividity? When the heart stops and the blood is no longer pumping.
Modeling.
Okay.
I would expect to see modeling first.
And you told us, I think on direct, that lividity is something that you see much later.
Yes. I would expect that, yes.
Have you treated patients before within a few minutes of their heart stopping?
Yes.
Do you see lividity in those people?
No.
Do you see modeling in those people?
No. You see skin conditions change in those people, gray or cooling, moist, moisture, but not modeling or lividity.
So you're not here to tell us how long it takes for those to form, right?
I don't know.
All you can tell us is that it's something that you see in patients who are deceased
Yes.
and have been deceased long enough, whatever time period that is, for that to happen.
Right. It is an indication of the patient no longer being a viable patient.
And that was one of the things that you noted and used in determining to end any life-saving measures.
Yes.
Now, is the only way to know if CPR has been given to be there with the person watching them?
No.
What else can tell you that CPR was given to a patient?
Well, PD on scene arriving would witness. The best way would be witness CPR.
That's the best way. Is there any other ways?
Well,
She
yes.
is.
Again, you would have an indentation in the chest. The sternum would likely have been cracked loose from the rib cage. And there would be, in the case of trauma, increased bleeding. You do CPR or CCR sometimes when there's not trauma, cardiac.
In this case, were other indicators the blood that was pooling only at the neck and not spread out further?
Yes.
The lack of pooling underneath the victim?
Yes, and the mechanical action of doing compressions with a gunshot wound right there would have spread blood in that area as well. It wouldn't just have gone where gravity is.
So where you saw is where you saw the blood pooling was where gravity, a low spot.
That
on-
was my interpretation of it, yes.
And you did not observe spread blood across his chest.
No.
Would ongoing CPR movement of the blood through the body have also limited the modeling you may have seen?
Perhaps.
Ultimately, is it your opinion that it is unlikely that CPR was given to this patient prior to fire arriving?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Are there any juror questions? I see at least one coming down. Please pass those down. Put on the white noise first.
I need a break.
Sidebar.
Give me a break. Give me a break. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
Yeah, I understand the Kit Kat bar.
That was one of my favorite candies growing up.
I like a Baby Ruth.
I like those too.
Sneakers.
Me third.
Mmm.
Home base.
East.
Oh.
Yes.
Y'all, I got to figure out how to do this trial thing
Wow.
because I know I've upset people stopping in the middle of the Sturmer trial.
Which is, yeah, that's the one
Switch
that,
over to this one, right in the middle of a testimony, but I had to get this one on. This is primary for now. So what I think I'm going to start doing is when Reed starts, she's primary. This will be at night, and then I will do summaries of the other trials.
that's, gotta do what you gotta do. I
Well,
have to tell you, but
Cemetery should be almost done. And I want to say Yana's probably not on here because this is not a case she wants to follow. But Yana, you've been amazing. You've been catching everything. I am so grateful to you. You are amazing. I am going through a period of adjustment. Unfortunately, we had time where there was no real good cases, and they're overlapping now on the good cases. And I'm trying to figure out, I just don't want to drop it, but I may have to.
can you record them?
I can just play them at night when I'm asleep.
Yeah.
It is direct, cross, redirect, recross, redirect, recross, however long they are allowed to do it.
Wow.
Some are allowed to do it a long time, some are not. Some are just one redirect, one recross, and that's it. Depends
guess-
on the jurisdiction.
I guess
If you're in the Sturmer trial, they redirect a lot.
I guess it depends on how much patience the judge has.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
I sure wish I knew who had my Henry.
Why?
Well, somebody stole my cat before I moved.
Oh, crap.
He was beautiful.
No, why not?
Okay, here we go.
Was there any attempt to gain venous access to administer medications to aid the heart and functioning, i.e. ephedrine?
There's a
If
medical
no, why
person
not?
on this thing. Let me get this up.
It's
medical
it's not
and legal on
indicated
this
for
jury.
trauma. It doesn't, if there's no blood to pump or the heart has stopped pumping, increasing how fast the heart pumps with ephedrine would do nothing. So in trauma, it is not indicated.
Was ACLS protocol followed?
Yes.
Was there a physician patched in?
No, there's no patch required for cessation of treatment. It is part of our ability and part of our training to determine non-viability.
Are fire department personnel allowed to call a patient's death?
Yes. However, time of death is a different thing if that's what you're asking. In other words, we are allowed to stop attempting to do life-saving treatment if it's merely a recovery. So does that answer?
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have if the defense, first of all, let me check. Are there any other juror questions for this witness? I don't see any. The defense can follow up based on those questions if you want.
No questions, Your Honor.
Right, how about the state?
Just a couple. Sir, when would you use a veteran?
Well, if you had just asystole, but it was a cardiac-based code. If the heart had stopped due to some disease state, electric shock, for instance, you would use epi. Are you saying epinephrine
Yeah,
is what
yeah.
you're saying, right?
When you're looking at whether or not to push drugs to try to get the heart to restart, you're looking at the type of trauma that caused the heart to stop.
And how long it's been since the heart stopped.
So in a place where you said there is trauma, meaning like a gunshot wound?
Like a hole in the vessel, yes.
So that is treated differently than if someone has a heart attack and
Yes. Yes.
you were asked about.
These are all algorithms, protocols that are given for us to operate on scenes under medical control to whoever asked about the patch.
What is then the ACLS protocol?
Advanced cardiac life support. And it's just, again, it's a flow chart. Are there obvious signs of death? Yes. Stop CPR.
So here you followed that protocol and stopped CPR.
Yes, ma'am. CCR technically, but yes.
You were asked about contacting a physician, a patch or something for a cessation of treatment.
Right.
Are there times where you do patch in with a physician?
Sure. You would patch en route, not for a code. You would patch en route and give a doctor, or actually it would be a nurse answering the phone, but you would let them know what you have and what treatment you have given and what treatment you are going to give en route to their facility to continue care. We are primarily to stabilize and turn over the patient, making it more viable for a rescue.
So when you terminate treatment because a patient is not viable, you cannot revive them, you don't need to talk to a doctor about that.
No, you need to call in that you did it. So there would have been a patch after that, but you don't have to call in to cease treatment.
So you don't need a blessing by a doctor to stop life-saving treatment.
Well, no, we have the blessing through our certifications and through our training. So we are operating under a doctor's license at any time we are operating. So that doctor or this group of doctors usually understands our training level and agrees to trains us to make that decision. Yes.
Diane, treatment. I'm having a brain cramp. This is testify.
Treatment. Treatment.
Treatment. Double it. Got it.
And so ultimately, as a paramedic, you have the authority to use that protocol to determine when you are no longer able to revive or
Yes.
save the life of a patient.
Cease life-saving functions, yes.
And that's what you did here.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, you can step down. We're going to take our lunch recess. I'll remind the jury of the admonition.
Not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to stop the music before it got a copyright strike.
Sure.
I get tired of the copyright strikes when that kind of stuff happens. It's like, what am I supposed to do? I wish they would give a minute before they put that music on so we have the opportunity to mute it.
Yeah, I do understand that. Really, really.
I feel bad. Now
No.
I'm all bummed
Why you bummed?
because people are upset that I stopped the trial.
Honey, you can't please everybody all of the time. I've learned that.
No, but I don't need to.
You know, I know. I know.
I know I'm spreading myself thin. I'm just trying to figure out how. How do I? Well, I know, but I guess what I'm saying is that we had a time where we didn't have any good trials, so I started a trial. And then everything just kind of ran up on each other, and I'm trying to end them all. And I don't want to just drop them because I know people are interested. So I'm trying to figure out how to provide. But then again, I guess they can just go and watch the trial themselves on the feed.
Yeah,
But then I lose them as a viewer.
yeah, because then you don't get your they don't get your comments, and they're
Well,
fun.
that may be better for them.
Ooh,
I'm serpenting and I nearly knocked over my drink twice.
oh, that's what took me so long to get back in here. I had some flowers. Marge brought some flowers yesterday and put in here, and I was putting my jacket back on, and I hit it and knocked them. I had to get it all up in the floor. You know, I've been working so diligently in the house. Well, the fun thing is, I'm ready to live in my closet because my closet is beautiful, but the rest of the house is a wreck. I open my closet door and it's just so pretty in there. It's so nice, neat, and clean. Can I stay in my closet, please?
Get your sleeping bag like I used to do as a little girl and crawl on the bottom.
Yeah, just sleep in the closet.
When I get scared, I used to get a blanket or the bedspread, lay it on top of my shoes, and lay in there with my pillow and blanket and sleep.
Oh, that's where Stella was. We were watching
In
her
the
spend
closet.
the night.
And when you said, "Are you coming out of the closet?" It's like, it's safe.
It's safe. You can go back to the closet.
I was when I was about 9, 10 years old, we lived in a mobile home, really nice one, and it had a patio that ran the full length of the mobile home, and there was a big tree that grew up out of that patio, so the metal tin roof awning, thank you so much. Metal
Yes.
tin roof awning went around the tree. The porch was built around the tree. Well, lightning struck the tree in the middle of the storm, and that tree was right on my window.
That's not good.
Everything exploded in. And ever since then, I was so scared of storms. Took a long time. Now I'm a storm chaser.
Uh,
Go
you know,
figure.
fun thing is, I grew up, you know, in Elizabeth City. Our house was right beside the Coast Guard base. I mean, I went to bed every night.
Where?
Elizabeth City, North Carolina.
Okay.
And we were right
My daddy
beside,
was Coast Guard. That's why I went, where?
yeah, well, right beside the Coast Guard base. What separated us was a dirt lane because the lane went down to the river. Okay. And I went to sleep every night to taps and woke up every morning to revel
Going to Reveille. Yeah, same here.
every morning. And the light was my night light in my room. every night because it went around and round. And so we had a storm. I think it was probably a Saturday morning or a Sunday morning, and I had gotten up, and I no more had gotten downstairs and in the living room. Lightning hit the house and struck the chimney, and in my room, a chimney ran through, and the chimney cover, the whole cover, because evidently used to be a wood stove in there, right where my head had been on the pillow. That thing landed.
You
And
would
my
have been
room,
gone or really hurt.
yeah, and my room had to be painted because it was black.
Soot stained. Yes, I was a Coast Guard brat and a coastie brat. And I love waking up to the and then we had to be in bed. Well, no, we had to be in our bedroom before taps.
Mhm.
And usually we would stand at the window because there's my bedroom faced the gate
Yeah,
and the flag was there,
yes, yes.
and then in bed every night.
I tell you what, I swam at the Coast Guard pool every day during the summer.
Oh, we like swimming at the Coast Guard pool.
Yeah, I fell one day. I have a scar right. Is a scar here? Yeah, I have a scar right here because I fell at the Coast Guard pool and split my head. And of
Yeah,
course,
I don't want to offend anybody, but man, those young Coast Guard guys and you're a young girl, you're trying to learn to swim, and those lifeguards,
it's nice.
I had no problem.
Mhm. I mean, and they just hauled me over to the infirmary and stitched me up there.
Yep.
It sure did. Me and
Oh,
my
we
friend
had a hill that went down like this, and at the base of the hill, the road went around the lake or the pond. It's a big pond. So it was a steep hill and went around the pond. Well, the kids love to get on their bikes and
goes,
go down it and would go wee, the feet out,
legs down, hands
kind of
down.
stuff. Then you fall and bust your butt and
Oh,
call
yeah.
911, call the medic. But anyway, I went down that thing and couldn't stop and ended up in the lake.
In the leg.
This girl treaded water for a few seconds. I knew what Jesus felt like for about 2 seconds.
No, I'm sure. I remember we were swimming because the road went all the way back to the river, and it's the Pasquotank River. And you go, what? The Pasquotank, because it was the Pasquotank Indians and the Perquimmin Indians, because it was North Carolina. And we had, we'd gone over more toward the Coast Guard side, and evidently somebody spotted us and sent a coastie over, and he says, we really need you to swim more toward on the other side because there was a bed of water moccasins over there, copperheads. Yeah. So we did. We swam more toward the other side.
I don't like being in water. I can't see to the bottom because ever since what was that movie where the moccasins came up and bit the guy
Oh, I don't
in
know.
the face? It was that country and western.
Oh yeah, you're talking about yeah, he was on a horse and he
He
got
was on a horse. The horse stepped on a bed of moccasins. They went nuts.
was it what? Lonesome Dove or something like
Lonesome
that?
Dove? No. Yeah, it was Lonesome Dove.
Yeah.
And oh my gosh, ever since then, and then I was a teenager and I was in tubing in the San Marcos River, which is Texas State University. That's one of the biggest things to do is go tubing down the river. And I was in the middle of the river and these guys were ahead of me. And they had the coolers and everything, and you know how they do it. All of a sudden you see these two snakes fall out of a tree into the laps of one of the guys, and he got bit 4 or 5 times.
Oh no, 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 no. No, no, no,
This chick
no.
don't do tubing. And if I'm tubing, I ain't getting out. And if I'm tubing, it's down the middle. I ain't gonna be under a tree. Hell no. We don't go.
Well, I tell you, it's I kind
Once you see that in real life,
well, even though I live 10 minutes from the ocean, I still, if I'm going to swim, I want to swim in the pool where I can see the bottom, and I know what's in there with me. Now during the summer, I have no problem being ankle deep in the water or sitting and letting the water splat. But getting out there and swimming, not gonna happen. I like to know what's in the water with me.
Well, exactly. And I was just talking to Gerald about beaches, and I said, "Do you know you could see a beach where the water's clear and you can see what's with you?" I'd be in that. The true story, I was with an ex-significant other, and he was fishing, and do you know how you swim and the sand goes deep, and then you have a barge, and then it goes deep, and then we were 3 of those out, so we were about 2 football fields out, we were way out there. He had that big pole, that big, I mean, big pole, and he had it tethered to him in case he dropped or whatever, and he was fishing, and I'm just sitting right in the waves next to him, and I'm like, "What's that? That's pretty." It was a big jellyfish, so big. Are those a man o' wars? Or is that the real big, 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 big
Yeah,
one? He picked me up. He didn't even tell me and threw me and screamed, "Swim."
yeah,
Now, honey, if he was throwing me and he's screaming, I'm swimming.
yeah.
And he was swimming, and that thing passed us, and one of those tentacles got on that pole. And I swear that thing had to be about 20 yards, 30 yards long. I mean, that thing just
And
stretched.
you like
That would have killed me.
unroll and lose it.
Well, that's why he had it tethered, because if he had to drop it or a fish stole it or a shark, whatever.
Yeah.
Ever since then, I don't want to be in that water. And then we were on the Lexicon, the battleship. I think it's the Lexicon. Whichever is the one in Corpus, or is it Lexicon? And we looked over, millions of jellyfish from this size to about that big, millions of them floating all over around it and all the way up to the sand. And I'm all like,
I really think that you and Gerald should come down here for a weekend or for a few
"Up,
days.
down, you mean go up?"
Well, whatever. Yeah. You
Go
will
up
find out
sometime.
my verbal directions just really, really are not the best. That's why I'll tell you use GPS. I can tell
That's
you
right.
the state I'm
So
in, but
she's in South Carolina, and she wants us to come up there sometime.
I want you to come visit. How's that? Come and visit.
Huh? What's Yeah, we can go to Bragg, he said.
Go to Bragg, Fort Bragg.
Fort Bragg.
That's in North Carolina.
That's in North. She's in South Carolina.
I was in
That's
South
not too
Carolina.
far. That's
Mercy.
like that's
No,
like a third of the way through Texas for you.
that's
That's one day's drive for me.
That's no problem. No problem. Just
Yep.
so anyway, yeah. No, I'm kind of like, yeah. No, I'm gonna swim where I can see the bottom and it's clear. Unless I'm in the Caribbean. If I'm in the Caribbean and that water is crystal clear, I am going scuba diving,
All in it.
or I'm going snorkeling. Margie wants a snorkel. I want to go scuba. I don't go deep.
I don't know if I can scuba. I never snorkeled. With my hearing and my ears, I don't know if I can scuba, but I might try.
Do you have any
Just
problems with pressure?
sometimes, yeah. But here's the thing. I don't want to scuba deep. I wouldn't mind. I don't like snorkeling because you have to keep coming up and down.
See,
But if it's like 10 to 12 feet, 15 feet, scuba, maybe with those little tanks, I can do that.
yeah, that would be fine. I don't want to scuba deep. I don't want to go down to the bottom. No, I just want to go where I don't have to keep coming up for air. I want to be able to go
Yeah,
down.
that's what I don't like about snorkeling is you have to stay on top or you have to keep coming up and down for air.
Yeah, see, I want to just scuba, and I want to scuba with somebody who knows sign language. So we go. Or if I get a cramp in my foot, I can stick my leg out and go cramp, cramp, and you can push my toes and get rid of my cramp.
Who says I want to touch your toes?
Well, I'll be in a fin, so you're not touching my toes. Think about it. Think about it.
Kidding.
Yeah, so yeah, because I took my scuba certification, and it's just we did it in a.
How hard is it to get scuba certified since you did it?
Oh, I would take a retrainer, rebreather course and do it in one day. So I took it at college. It was one of my classes.
You took it in college? You must have lived near the water.
No, you don't. They have pools in a college.
Maybe I can take it at my college.
You can. You most
I'm
certainly
2.5 hours away from my college. I
Oh,
can't.
well done. Now you go that way. I took whitewater rafting as a class. I took,
Whitewater rafting as a class?
yes, I took whitewater rafting. I took bowling as a class. I took
Bowling?
scuba diving as a class. I learned you take a fluff class with your other classes. That's because your fluff class is your easy credit.
We don't have fluff classes anymore.
Oh, I know.
My
Yeah.
electives, all my fluff are like
Hard.
juvenile criminal justice system 101
Yeah, I know.
or the forensics behind criminal justice.
Oh, I
Some
know.
weird crap like that. I don't have sewing one. I mean, I don't. They want me to do native. I'll do native beading all day long. Man, I'll take a native beading
You know what
class.
I'm gonna do? My mother's mink coat, which is true. And I know there are people go, "Rrrr," but it was bought for her probably, let's see, my Marvin, Daddy's been dead 51 years. She met Marvin 10 years after Daddy died. So she had this mink coat for 40 some years because Marvin bought it for her because they used to go to the baseball games and it was cold in them baseball games. And so he bought it for her. I I'm gonna take this thing apart and I'm gonna make myself some slippers and I'm gonna beat them.
Well, can I have some mink? And I'll, we'll make. I can make the native gloves and
Mhm.
get a little mink, and I'll get beads.
Yeah, I can send you some.
People, look, mink. I know people are against using animals. I
Not
understand.
against anybody. This has been dead for a long time.
Well, that's it. That's it. That's it. And a lot of Native American people, we get our skins and hides from natural deceasement.
Yeah.
We don't, they don't go out and harvest and, all the porcupine quills that we use.
Mhm.
I watched a video. This woman has towels in the back, like 10 towels and buckets in the back of her truck. And when there's a porcupine that's found deceased on the side of the road, she
Good.
takes the towel and she whacks it and the quills stick to it. And she just sits there and it's like, this is the thing.
This
And
is
here it
right.
is. And she just does this and all the quills stick in the blanket or towel. And then she takes it home and washes it and does what she needs to do.
Right.
It's they don't do it to live ones.
Of course not. They throw them at you. You be
People think that just because you use something that's real that you're being harmful to a living thing, and
No.
that's not the case.
No,
Yeah.
really. That's the
Mm-mm.
way that
And
is.
people
People
think,
don't
oh, the
realize.
feathers. Well, first of all, here's an education for those of you who don't know. You're not allowed to have any feather from a bird of prey, hawk, even crows, even no, you're not allowed to have any eagle feathers. The only way you can have eagle or bird of prey is if you are card carrying Native American and you're fill out an application, send it to the government, and then they have a program when these birds that they watch and cameras and stuff pass away, then they will take them, do the research, and then after that, they will give you the remains, and then you use them for your religious or your ceremonial. But you cannot pick up, like if you're up in Alaska, and I know a lot of Alaskans do it, but you cannot pick up a bird of prey feather, i.e., eagle, buzzard, whatever, and keep it.
Well, then I'm breaking the
Just
law.
holding it is a $2,500 fine and up to so many months in jail.
I was when I was in Namwalik, I was out walking in the woods and I got a lovely eagle feather.
You picked up a lot of them. Don't say that out loud, honey boo.
Just one.
You buried it, right? Tell me
Right,
you
yeah,
buried
that's
it.
it. I buried it. It was lovely. So I just buried it because I knew I couldn't
Well, that's
have it.
something we can do. You can, I mean, there's an eagle nest around here somewhere. I know where it is.
They're big.
I
They're
will not Yeah, but I will not go and pick up feathers. I don't want to get in trouble. Actually, the game wardens have cameras on them.
Who can afford
That-
it? Who can afford to be in trouble? Do you know what I read?
No, that I'm agreement. He goes, don't they have anything better to do? No, they have the
Their
camera
job.
there for observation and education. But some people have figured out because I seen them flying, and they go out there and they had somebody try to steal an egg.
Oh, that's just real stupid.
So yeah, put a camera on them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just really, really stupid. Yeah.
Well, I don't care. I think that should be left. That's our national bird.
I'm
Leave
really,
it alone.
I'm really glad it
There's
wasn't.
too many good fake ones now. A lot of people have fake. They dye them and paint them and
Hey, my feather.
oh, you don't want to see all my feathers. I have so many turkey feathers. I'm peacock.
Oh, I don't even know where this one came from.
Diane, I have probably 100 of them in a thing in my house. I
Oh,
had a lady who worked at a ranch that had peacocks, and once a year when they shed them, that year she grabbed them all and gave them to me.
well, that was a lovely of her. I'm glad she did.
Okay, so court-wise, Monica Simatilli is in lunch. So is Lori Daybell. They're in lunch. So Monica's going to come back before Lori Daybell. What? Let me see. Let me see. Hold it so I can see it like this. I can't see it.
Oh.
You got to do it in front of you. No, more front of you, like I'm doing. I want to see the base. We have almost the same pen.
Yeah.
Mine's gold. Yours is.
Mine is this color. This is.
That's the one.
I will get my case out and let you see what they have.
I want to start. I love these. I want to collect them. I collect too much stuff. If you find a dead eagle, call the authorities without question. Exactly. Call the game warden.
Yeah.
You don't have to call the police. Call the game warden, and they'll come pick it up and properly take care of it. When I was stationed at oh, pretty.
This is calligraphy.
We were told, and I can't say, NDOC, that if we find
When I
okay,
was
if we
stationed
find
in
eagle feather, to do one of two things: call fish and game warden, call the base police, or just leave it alone.
Yeah.
Hey, doc. Okay, thank you. Well, what we were also told is a lot of people, and you just dig a little hole, we're laying next to it, dig it, roll it in, cover it up, and leave it alone.
Leave it alone. That's the best thing to do.
We had a Native American who had some eagle feathers in his regalia, and they can be passed down by generation, but there's always a letter like, I passed this eagle feather from 1892 or whatever. They can tell when they're old. And I guess the wardens came in and they took all of his regalia, fined him, and was trying to convict him. He fought it all the way to the Supreme Court, and he won buku thousands later because he was a 100% Native American living on a res, had all the documentation, had everything he was supposed to have. And so when we go to powwows, we're always ready for what we call the raid.
Did he get his money back?
I think he's suing them for that. I don't know the results. I don't know all the details.
I would hope so. Because it's like, wait a minute. That's just not fair. Not
A lot
fair.
of things aren't fair. Are far from fair in this life, including that.
I read.
But I will tell you, what was it? I was surprised. I was out geocaching, and I came upon the remains of an armadillo. And I was like, it was just the shell and everything was bleached white, no skin. It was just the remains, the bone. The shell was so cool.
What'd you do?
What we don't know is each one of those little plates is comprised of thousands of 1, 2, 3, 4 baseball field, 5-sided little pieces with a hole in the middle.
Never heard of that.
And they're all stuck together in these plates. And if you can, it's hard, but you can break those little pieces. I'm not gonna do it. But it was interesting.
It's just amazing.
Okay, rebuttal. We're gonna watch a little bit of the rebuttal of the Monica Cemetery.
How's these?
The defense brought
Mhm.
out. I won't be going through all the evidence again. My co-counsel did a very, very, very thorough job of it. The reason she was so thorough and spent the amount of days that she did was because every detail in this case matters. Every single detail matters. And it's those details and those points that have been brought out, the statements from witnesses that have come out, the evidence you've been shown, that when you put it all together, it forms a picture of what really happened. And it shows you the involvement that the defendant had in conspiring to kill Fabio. It was pointed out many, many times, it's never one piece of evidence. It's the collective effort of all the evidence that you saw over the last few weeks, months, I should say, a couple months, that points to the guilt of the defendant. The defense started this opening with, this is just an affair. And that has been the theme continuously from the defense the entire trial. This is just an affair. She didn't know anything about it. And they stated it in closing. Again, it became the theme. This is just an affair. But this is a lot more than just an affair. And I think you've seen that through the testimony and the evidence that's been presented to you. An affair, although is not condoned by most people, is about lies. We have that. It's about deceit. You're deceiving people. You're deceiving your family. You're deceiving your loved ones. But this one takes it to another level. There's planning involved here. We have where we started with an affair.
It
and
does.
deceit
It does.
and the lies that are part of having an affair. But that went a step further. They started talking about their future, where they're going to live when the kids are out of the house, where they're going to travel to. They started planning. This affair turned to murder. That was one obstacle, the obstacle that stood in the way of the happiness of the defendant and Baker. This wasn't just an affair. We've used the terms sick, twisted. That's what it was. You saw a lot of evidence to a lot of conduct, a lot of statements of what these two meant to each other. They meant everything to each other. Even after Robert Baker is arrested, Monica is arrested, they continue the same kind of talk. In fact, one could say it intensified because now they're in it together, ride or die. That means something to them. Ride or die, Bonnie and Clyde. They're in this together forever. They started this affair and they're going to see it through until the end. And that means being together at any cost. And finally, you end this affair with the cover-up. There's a lot of cover-up in this case.
What's wrong?
So once again, I emphasize to you that this isn't just an affair. What may have started as an affair turned into something a lot more deadly. You know through the evidence that this affair started around early 2016, maybe into 2015 when the defendant joined the racquetball club. And you knew that she was already looking. So this fairy tale of a happy marriage was a farce. It didn't exist. She was already looking. She tried with Matt Nurse and was rejected. So it's actually the defendant who started this entire scenario, why we're all here. She was not happy in her marriage. She told Matt Nurse she was not happy in her marriage. But that affair then began with Robert Baker, and it quickly started escalating. And it's the escalation of this affair that ultimately turns deadly. And it escalated to by March. She was so bold. The risks were being taken now. They were going out in public, in Los Angeles, in the area, on double dates with another couple, while she was married to Fabio. While she lived at home with her husband and kids, she's going out to dinner. It's getting bolder, riskier. She goes to Vegas then in July of 2016. And keep in mind, this trip to Vegas was with her husband. She went with her husband, Fabio, while she's having an affair with Baker, to a work event in Las Vegas. And she couldn't even go away for one weekend. Not one weekend with her husband, without inviting Baker to come along. So what began as a trip with her and her husband to Vegas now turned into a trip for her to see her boyfriend, her lover. And she couldn't even spend time with her husband and wait. She couldn't wait to get away from him. The minute he went to another meeting at another hotel, she was with Baker. This public persona that she has presented to her family and her friends is all a lie. And the defense had her daughter, Jessica, on the stand and had Jessica talk about this wonderful video that she took of her parents. And you know what? It's really sad. It's sad for Jessica that they're doing that to her. That she filmed this video of her parents dancing. And even this many years later, she's in court supporting her mother, who she wants to believe in, she wants to trust, because of course her father's been murdered. No child wants to believe that her mother is the one that murdered her father. And she's showing you all this video saying, look how happy my parents were. And you know what? She probably believed it. I don't think she's lying. But that video that was filmed in October, and I think the next one was December, January, that time frame when Jessica's believing her mom and dad are so happy, her mom is telling Fabio, good night, I love you, while he's out of town, sneaking out of the house, going over to Baker's, dressing up in sexy outfits and taking photos. Her mother, again, the time frame when she's videoing her parents so happy, is providing the password for her home surveillance system to Robert Baker so that he can watch them. They're teen girls coming and going. Her mother was going out with Baker while Fabio's out of town during the same time frame, during all these videos, bringing him back to her house, having him sleep in her marital bed, and the daughter finds her in the morning, and then she lies to her and says, oh, Sheila was here too. When you now know through the evidence, nobody else was there. She went out partying with Baker, brought him home, and he slept in her bed. During the same time that they're filming the videos of her happy parents, the defendant's sending the itineraries of Fabio every time he goes out of town to Baker. But again, you bring your daughter in here and you let her get on the stand and testify how happy and loving her parents were when she knew none of this. But this affair kept escalating. It didn't just end with, I want to be with Robert Baker, we're having a great time. And I think the defense made a statement about, she didn't need to kill Fabio. She was happy with the way things were. Well, she wasn't. Why? Because she wasn't Mrs. Baker yet. How much more evidence do you have to see to know that she wanted to be Mrs. Baker? That was her ultimate goal. She wasn't happy with how things were. Fabio was the barrier to that happiness. And this is November of 2016 when she wrote Mrs. Baker on the mirror. And I'm a little shocked that the defense even insinuated that Robert Baker, you see a black bar there, that's because she was naked from the waist down. So Robert Baker said, take off your underwear right now, grab your lipstick and write Mrs. Baker on the mirror. Completely unreasonable. Back to our reasonable instruction. That's a completely unreasonable assumption. She wrote that because she wanted to. How do we know that? Because as it continued, as the affair continued and she's arrested, Mrs. Baker continued. How many letters from jail when she called herself Mrs. Baker? For eternity. Mrs. Robert L. Baker. That's the goal. This is after she's been told that Robert Baker's DNA has been found all over her house. She's still continuing this because she's been in on it the whole time. She's so detached from the murder of Fabio when it happens because it's already been in motion. This has been her goal. This is a good time for her. That's why you see her out celebrating with Robert Baker. She's the opposite of mourning. Now she's closer to that goal of getting what she's wanted for all these months, to be Mrs. Baker. We get to Robert Baker. And defense, from the beginning, again in opening, consistently has told you that this is all Robert Baker. Well, what are they going to say? Obviously, the defendant's on trial. Robert Baker's pled. We all know his role in the murder. So now it has to be all Robert Baker's fault. And he's this master manipulator. I think the words were he had total control over that woman. What evidence did you see in this trial anywhere that he had total control over that woman? The evidence actually showed the opposite. She did what she wanted, when she wanted, and she didn't care. She didn't care that her daughters were upset. She didn't care that her mother was upset. She didn't care that her sister, her friends were upset. She did what she wanted. And this master manipulator, there's been a lot of conversation back and forth between my co-counsel and defense about whether he's dumb or not dumb. What I will say about Robert Baker is he's not the evil genius behind the curtain. He's not. This is a man who answered true dat to answers on the witness stand. This is the guy who, when he did kill Fabio, he cut his own hand and ran around the house dripping his blood everywhere, leaving a trail everywhere that it was him. Then furthermore, he got into Fabio's car, drove off in the Porsche and dripped blood in the Porsche. This guy is not capable of setting this whole thing up. There has to be brains behind this. No one's ever said the defendant isn't smart or cunning or manipulative, because that's exactly what.
Did she just call Baker stupid? Did she literally just call Baker stupid? Oh my God. Really? I can't believe she just called Baker stupid. And Monica the brains. Well, she is cunning and manipulative, but calling Baker stupid, I love it.
She is. And for Robert Baker to figure this out, he needed to know the timing. He needed to know when he could go there. And that story about we talked every day, I knew her schedule, that's not enough to bank on. He needed to be told, like Austin told you, when to go. It's go time. Let's go. Remember how he hurried up Austin? He said, let's go. Austin told you, he said, let's go. We got to go. It was a rush because that window was small. And that's the whole point. Remember, this murder wasn't supposed to happen on the 23rd. So that's the new game changer. There's a new plan. The defendant made herself unavailable. She knew the Friday before Jessica would be babysitting that Monday at 4. She knew Bella had an interview at 4, and she made herself unavailable at 4 and out of the house. The window was 4. He's jogging up the hill at 4:18. Furthermore, he had to know he could get in the house. What was his plan? What was his plan if all the doors are locked? Did anyone ever think about that? If the defendant had nothing to do with this, what happens when you get there and all the doors are locked? As Austin told you, she said,
one of my favorite sayings,
the front door will be unlocked. And they went right through the front door. This backdoor theory that the defense has presented to you in his argument is a theory. There's no evidence whatsoever that supported any backdoor entry. None. He also needed to know to take the DVR box. How would he think to take the DVR box? Okay, he had access. Yes, he knew about that, right? Which is already weird in itself. And you have to ask.
How would he know where it is? How did he know where the keys to the Porsche was?
Ask yourself, why does he even have access to watch the comings and goings of the Cementilli family? But he has to know to take the DVR box, and he has to know where it is. Now, we know he's been in her house because he's been in there and he's slept with her in her own house twice. The second time being, again, when Fabio was out of town and they were on their Vegas trip together, husband and wife, when Baker showed up, and then she came back with Baker in Austin. So we do know that Baker's been there twice, sleeping with her in the house while Fabio was still alive. But again, no evidence he would have known where that DVR box was. The Porsche keys. How would he ever have known that the Porsche keys were kept in that drawer where the blood was, where
Amen.
that 12 placard was?
Amen.
The answers to all these are obvious. She told him. She gave him that information. This was what you call an inside job. He had knowledge of this. He had to get it from somewhere. That's the only reasonable conclusion you can come to, is that he was given that information by the defendant. Defense counsel also brought up this letter that he wrote in August of 2023. And I want to point something out. It's not like when you compare Austin and Baker to each other, there's really no comparison. They committed a crime together, but it's very obvious that they had different mental states and different roles. That doesn't mean you have to believe everything each of them says or you want to be their best friend, but they're two very different people. When we talk about control, there was control over Austin to a degree. There was a large age gap. Austin had grown up really idolizing Rob Baker. But when you really look at it, the two of them, there's a big difference in them and their roles and why they did it. And they both pled. They're both going to be in prison for quite a long time. And I'll get to that in a little bit about the difference between that. But when he writes this letter in August of 2023, now for 6 years, Baker maintained his innocence. So let's remember that. He pleaded not guilty, and he remained steadfast on not guilty for 6 years. It wasn't until August of 2023 that he pled. And we talked about that plea, and Mr. Levine brought up the plea agreement. And let me be clear on that. That was an open plea agreement to the court. That was not a negotiated plea with the DA's office. And there's been all this talk about he didn't take a deal. He was never offered a deal. Let me repeat that. Mr. Baker was never offered any way, shape, or form of a deal by the DA's office. So when he pled to the charges to the court. Judge Cohen took the plea. And during those pleas, why didn't he say who the co-conspirator was? Why didn't he say what the overt act was he was committed? That's not how a plea works. You plead to the charge, Judge Cohen took it, and then you're sentenced. And I want to point out, when he pled to the charge, he pled to murder in the first degree, which we all know is the premeditated murder. He also pled to, as has been told to you already, he pled to the fiduciary gain or financial gain. Keep in mind, he pled to financial gain. What financial gain would Robert Baker ever get from this? He wouldn't, unless she gave him money. So when he pled guilty, I plead guilty that I did this murder for financial gain. I admit that that's why I did it, is what he's saying to you. He's not getting any money unless she's promised it to him. Same with the conspiracy. When he pled guilty to conspiracy, I conspired. That's 2 or more people. Austin wasn't even arrested. Austin's name wasn't even on that table. Austin wasn't identified as the second killer, but he pled guilty to the conspiracy. And again, during the plea, they don't ask you the names of these questions aren't asked. So I want to be clear on that so that you're not misled during this plea and how it came about with Mr. Baker. The letter that he wrote then, after he pled, he wrote this self-serving letter. And I say self-serving because it was ridiculous. And even Mr. Baker got on the stand and said, yeah, it was a lie. So we know that Mr. Baker's lied over and over and over again. And in that letter, he came up with a story after, 7 years of thinking about this. The best that he could come up with in 7 years was, Dear Monica, I broke into your house to kill Fabio because I wanted to leave a birthday present under your pillow. And Fabio snuck up behind me and attacked me, and I must have stabbed him. I don't really remember. I blacked out. That's what he came up with after 7 years of being in custody. And he wrote that letter and gave it to the defense. And the defense asserts he didn't know it would end up with a prosecution. Of course he did. Of course he did, because during these 7 years, as you saw, their jail mail has all been confiscated. Their phone calls have been tracked and turned over. He knows all this because once it's done, it's turned over to the defense. The defense tells them, and there's calls and letters saying from the lawyers, stop talking to each other. Stop writing to each other. Because the DA's getting it all. And just like happened, we used it in court. So again, when the defense says there's been no communication since she found out he was the killer in 2018, what changed in 2018? I don't remember anyone telling you what changed in 2018 that's when he decided to stop communicating, or she decided to stop communicating. She knew about the DNA when they were arrested in 2017. So why did it take a year to stop communicating? What changed? Again, nothing changed except the lawyers saying, stop. You guys are going to get yourselves in trouble. All this stuff's getting confiscated. It looks really bad because you know what? It is bad because they didn't care. They didn't care because this was a plan that they had together and they were going to see it through to the end. Ride or die for eternity, linked and synced. The divorce versus death, and I'm not going to go through all that. I promise you I won't. But the reason that you heard from Ms. Ebersbacher is because the defense was going to say always what they said. She could have just divorced him. She had no reason to kill him. She could have just divorced him. And we knew that argument was coming because that's a logical argument to make if you're the defense, just like they said. She didn't have to kill him. She could have just left him. Although they did maintain that she was happy in her marriage. She's happy the way things were. But they also gave the caveat of, but she could have divorced him. Well, we know divorce wasn't an option. There's social barriers to why divorce wasn't an option. The family would never accept it. The defense and the prosecution agree on these issues. They're never going to accept her leaving Fabio Cementilli, this man loved by everybody. And when I say everybody, everybody. They're never going to accept it for her to go to this porn star 55-year-old man who lives in an apartment in Canoga Park, who is a racquetball league coordinator as his hobby job, I think he referred to it as, who has no money to his name. And oh, by the way, I lost count of it, 6 or 7 felony convictions for sexual assault of a 14-year-old. Never going to accept that. But there is a financial aspect. So even if you're going to get over the social barrier, which she couldn't, she knew she couldn't. Financially, what's better off? That's why Ms. Ebersbacher prepared that table to show you that here's the estimate of what divorce would be. Here's an estimate what death would be, so that if this comes up, you can see the difference. But the one glaring point that cannot be ignored is life insurance. You have to die. You get a lump sum of money. If you die, you get life insurance. There's no mediation. There's no going to court because of a contested divorce. There's no variables about spousal support. And by the way, Ms. Ebersbacher did touch on spousal support and said, I can't put it in because I don't know what it would be, which is a fair statement. She doesn't know. There's all these variables with divorce that are unknown. But what is the one known thing? When you die and you have life insurance, you get a lump sum. There you go. That's probably as far as the defendant was thinking, quite honestly. But nevertheless, Mr. Malatesta came into court and he testified for you. But what was ironic with the testimony of Mr. Malatesta is he came in under the presumption that he was going to rebut Marie Ebersbacher, the forensic accountant, on the death versus divorce. His credentials, though, was Melrose Place, Cheers, myself, Law and Order. He rambled on and on about that. So right at the very beginning, there's a little skeptical about why he's here. He told you he worked as a mediator now, but when I questioned him, and again, this is always coming out on cross-exam, he's never testified as an expert in criminal court as a divorce expert. Family counter, never done it. So you're going to start with a murder trial with a couple days notice. He said, I'm not an estate lawyer. I'm not here to testify about divorce. So you're basically coming in, hired by the defense, one-sided, to talk about the benefits of a divorce. I'm sorry, I'm not going to testify about death. The benefits of divorce. But you are not equipped to compare it to death. So what's the point here? What is the point here? And again, you don't know the Cementillis. You don't know their situation. You could estimate, which is what he did, and said, I'm going to put a number of 90,000 for 10 years. And he came up with a number. And again, on cross, I had to say, does that mean that she never has to work? She doesn't have to do anything? Because I think this is a big part. The defendant wants the money, the lump sum, the life insurance. She doesn't have to work. She can continue her life and go be Mrs. Baker. It's easy. But Mr. Malatesta opined these things, but he hadn't talked to anybody. He only gave you what we really got was his guess of 90,000 for 10 years. $7,500. Jason Rubin came in, and again, called by the defense. And the first thing that he said to you, which should have caused a little bit of concern, is, I have 2 careers. All right, well, which career are you here for? And he said, I am a fiduciary to administer the estate of Fabio, and I'm a forensic accountant. Okay? His real goal was, again, to dispute Marie Ebersbacher. He talked to you about, oh, yeah, I talked to Miss Ebersbacher about that chart. Defense never asked Miss Ebersbacher about this case because, in fact, I think she testified to, I got documents from the probate. She's doing the analysis. All they do is they provide documents from the estate. She has no reason to have to talk to Mr. Rubin about her own job. He provides the documents. He prepares the report. But when he comes in here, there's a clear conflict of interest in what's going on now. You were hired by the estate, whether it be Luigi or somebody else. This was years ago when Fabio was murdered. You were hired by the estate to administer the probate estate. That's your job. So why are you coming in testifying for the defense based on things that are way out of that lane? Way out of that lane. Asked about alimony. He started opining on alimony and then finally conceded that he's not an expert. Shouldn't be talking about alimony. A couple times he used the terms in Monica's mind. Why in the world, if you're hired as a probate administrator, are you ever coming into a criminal murder trial hired by the defense, testifying to things such as, I was doing this in Monica's mind, I believe. Completely inappropriate, complete conflict of interest, whether he denies it or not. The stock options was really boring. I know that. We all got a little sleepy on that. But the point was to show you that he almost blew that deadline twice. Let's give him the first one, right? Okay, the first one, he said, well, I didn't know about it. Procter & Gamble didn't tell me. Maybe, maybe not. There's a lot of documents. Give him the benefit of the doubt. They did then say, hey, your first, they're going to expire. And this is why I went through this. The second said, he almost lost him. Procter & Gamble sent a letter saying, hey, it's happening again. We don't have an obligation to send you this letter, but we are. They're going to expire. You better exercise them. But his smug answer every time I asked him was, well, I exercised them. He couldn't even concede that you almost blew the deadline. You know what happens? And I asked him, when you don't exercise these options, well, the answer is you lose it. They expire. Hundreds of thousands of dollars to the estate he would have lost had not those letters come through. He was completely unprepared to testify. I get 300 plus emails. I have a lot of clients. I think that between him and Mr. Malatesta, they thought, hey, this is pretty cool. I get to come to court. I'm going to testify in this big murder trial. Hey, defense, what are you asking me? I'm going to ask you this. Great. Completely unprepared for any cross-examination, completely unprepared to answer any questions that were not already told that were going to be asked to him. Another thing that he did was he went into Miss Ebersbacher's chart and he started saying, oh, her number is about death versus divorce. They're completely wrong because she didn't value this side company. I know that you guys didn't know a lot about this side company. It was another detour that we took in the trial, but there was a side company, as you heard the evidence, that Fabio was an investor in an app, right? And part of that was a company, as you heard the testimony.
Right now, I'm trying to do this.
Was paying this scissor boy company, and then part of that, Fabio got a part of that, right? Well, Mr. Rubin, on his own, says Ms. Ebersbacher's wrong. And again, we were going round and round about numbers that were probably pretty boring to everybody. And said, I'm going to estimate this as a $385,343 win for the divorce side. That's how much that she didn't put in there, and she's wrong, and she doesn't know what she's doing. So he came up with this number. Again, it got into, I took a 30% from this, that, whatever. But nothing was based on any financial documents other than I looked at some emails. It was very strange how he came up with this number, right? But what was not strange is ultimately, and this was on direct exam, he told you, we, the probate administrators, settled that company for $25,000. Settled the whole thing for $25,000. So how can you come in and estimate the value of that company at Fabio's share at $385,000 when you settled it? And that's a fact. I settled it for $25,000. And then again, take 50% off that for divorce, which he didn't do. Again, numbers, not the end all of this trial, but I just want to show you that these defense witnesses who come in and spin these things and tell you these different versions and that prosecution witnesses are wrong are meant to distract you from the evidence in the case and the truth of the case. Does this change the fact that the defendant conspired to kill Fabio? Not at all. But we can't let that go because it's important that you know who the witnesses are that are testifying to you. And at the end of the day, again, the lump sum of the insurance money is what she wanted and needed. And when I asked him about life insurance, again, you're the probate administrator. If you look back or think back, he said, I have no comment. The defense brought him back because the defense said, I want to ask you one more thing. Were you paid by us? He's like, no, I was not. Once again, I don't think he was ready for the follow-up. But are you billing the probate estate? I don't know. I don't think that's really the answer. I think the answer he's most likely going to bill the probate estate. And who is that estate? The children of Fabio and the defendant if she's found not guilty. Isn't that kind of the same thing as billing the defense? Defendant chose death out of her options, right? Death versus divorce. She can be the victim. She can get sympathy. She can be the grieving widow. Slowly, she can incorporate Baker into her life this way. Remember, if you get a divorce, you can't just all of a sudden be like, I'm going with this pedophile. But that, everyone feels sorry for her. And you know what? Everyone kind of was accepting Baker into her life. He's helping Jessica with the car. Jessica testified, I liked him. You heard statements before about the sister had played racquetball with him. The mom had lunch with them. She's already easing Baker into life because they're accepting him now. He's helping her. She's grieving. They all feel sorry for the defendant. Pretty strategic. And then my favorite, Deborah Obad, the girl's second mother. Everybody was wrong, according to Deborah Obad. And everyone probably knows a Deborah Obad, but she wanted to be involved. She wanted to be relevant. She inserted herself into this case. And you can't help but think of the saying, with friends like this, who needs enemies? On one end, she's proclaiming to be the defendant's really good friend. On the back end, she's going behind her back so many times, accusing her of things. This woman was suspicious of her friend. She does not want to admit it on the stand. But the things that she did and calling the police that many times, she was pointing the police in the direction of the defendant, not just Baker. But all the inconsistencies and all the backtracking and all the perjury she committed, Salma Cherry. There is the text right there. It's clear as day. Monica is asking about the insurance. Her statement, Monica didn't ask, it was all me. All right. That's where we started. No, that was all me. She's coming in minimizing.
Okay, guys, I know we've been listening. That was just a placeholder for Lori Vallow. They are back in court. Please understand, you wanted to finish. If you want to watch it in its entirety, feel free to go to Law and Crime. But right now, that was a placeholder for lunch. So now they're back. We're going to go back into the trial for Lori Daybell, or who is our focus at the moment. And we're going to get in to their trial. The lighting sucks, y'all. Can't do anything about it.
Did you have
Be able to help
to
with
become
this.
a sniper and sniper instructor?
Till about
So
6.
the sniper training was a basic 40-hour course. I attended that with the FBI. And as time progressed, I would attend advanced sniper trainings so that I could enhance my skill set. And eventually, after having been on as a sniper for a while, I attended a 40-hour sniper instructor course.
Who is that with?
That was with the American Sniper Association.
As a trainer for snipers, what did that entail?
It entailed having to have a good working knowledge of the actual job, the ballistics that the rifles need to perform, knowing how to train new snipers, knowing how to keep snipers that have achieved certification to keep their skill sets up, and to keep meeting the mandates of what would be expected of a police sniper.
Did you ever become a shooting reconstruction expert?
I did.
Can you tell us, what does that mean?
It means that I attended a course. It was a 40-hour course where it was completely hands-on. There was classroom, a lot of hands-on with you not only see the results of different impacts and things like that, but you watch it happen. And then in some cases, you actually get to make it happen. And then after that, you, as a class, you work together, putting things back together. And at the end of the 40 weeks, there is a test that you have to pass to get certification.
You said 40 weeks?
Or sorry, 40 hours, sorry.
So what does, I guess, shooting reconstruction mean, if you had to explain that to us?
It means being able to take information from a scene and being able to put it together to reconstruct as best as possible or humanly possible what happened. For instance, you have bullet strikes. In some cases, you can actually get a good angle or ballistics information so that you can backtrack it and get an approximate area where the shooter had to have been. In many cases, you can help articulate whether information given to you was factual or if the information given to you was not. And this is very handy when there are no witnesses and you only have basically the person saying what happened.
Is there any type of certification process to be a shooting reconstruction expert?
Yes, at the end of that course, I had to successfully complete a test in order to get certification.
And when did that occur?
That was in, I believe, early 2017.
Who is that through? Who puts that on?
It was with Michael Haig,
And
his
who is-
company.
Who is Michael Haig?
He is part of a duo, father-son duo, that have become quite renowned for their ability to do ballistics and then teach it and train other people with it.
And have you utilized those skills that you learned in that shooting reconstruction course as a detective since then?
Yes, many times.
I assume you passed the certification test.
I did.
So on July 11th of 2019, were you working as a detective at that time for the homicide unit at the Chandler Police Department?
Yes, I was.
During the weekdays, what were your, I guess, work hours normally?
My normal work hours were Monday through Thursday, about 7 to 5.
When you are working as a detective, we've heard a patrol is out driving around. What are you guys doing?
Well, we carry a caseload. So many times we are working on the cases that we've taken previous days or weeks ahead of time. We're trying to come to a conclusion for those particular cases. But many times we also will have our radios on, just kind of listening to what's going on.
Yes, I'm sorry, Aaron. Yes, we are back on Lori. Lori's lunch break was over. We only filled the lunch break with Simatilli, just to fill in for the lunch break. But yes, this is the Lori Daybell trial, and she is cross-examining. I think is she examining? I don't know.
So are you at your office is at the main police station?
Correct.
Okay. On July 11th of 2019, did you hear some police radio traffic of a shooting at 5531 South Four Peaks Place?
Yes, I did.
Did you respond to the scene?
After collecting some equipment and putting it in my vehicle, yes.
Is that normal then for detectives with homicide to go out to the scenes?
For the unit at the time, yes, it was.
Can you describe for us what the scene looked like when you arrived?
There were police vehicles around. There were officers that had established a perimeter. Some crime scene tape was already put in place. And they basically had frozen the scene.
Do you recall about how far away this scene was from the station where you were located?
15, 20-minute drive.
When you arrived there, were other detectives arriving? How does that work?
There were several of us that had self-deployed, and we were in various stages of being on our way there. So other detectives did arrive.
How do you decide which detective is going to do what at a scene when you all just show up there?
Well, a lot of times it's just a matter of who speaks up first, saying, I'm going to take case. If it's after hours, then the person that's on call will usually be the person to do it. But if it's during regular business hours, it's kind of like a little wrestling match to figure out who's going to end up taking it.
What
First on the
role did you get?
I got assigned the scene.
Okay. What does that mean to be assigned scene?
So the scene work, assigned scene, means that you're responsible for making sure that the scene is processed properly, accumulate whatever evidence is necessary, report back to the actual case agent your findings so that they can stay aware of how things are transitioning and being learned, and then they can start making informed decisions on what the next step is going to be.
Do you do that alone or do you have help?
It depends on the scene. In this particular case, I had Detective Duncan along with me.
And does Chandler Police Department have any like crime scene specialists or people that come up to help as well?
Yes, when I left the crime scene officer program, they had actually started a civilian program so that they could free up the officer's responsibility. So Chandler has several crime scene techs that will respond out when called.
And was someone called out to that scene?
Yes.
Do you sort of, as the scene agent, help, I guess, tell them what to do? Are you the person who's overseeing the whole scene?
It's more of a collaborative effort. We do provide direction on things that we're specifically interested in, but I've worked with them for many years, so it's pretty easy for us to just understand some of the basics that have to be done, such as overall photographs. Before we even think about manipulating anything or marking anything, we want to try to capture the scene as it was that we walked into it.
As the scene agent, did you create a diagram to just reflect what the scene looked like?
Yes,
And is that to scale?
it's not to scale. It's close, but it's not to scale.
Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 5.
Reflect? No, not to reflect it back on. Reflect meaning mirror. So the drawing,
And I think there's a second
Did
page in
the,
here.
the drawing show?
It is behind, but it's not exposed to the back.
No.
Yes.
Did the drawing show?
And there, is that the
what is
sketch
mean?
and then the second page measurements of that diagram that you made?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 5.
Any objection?
If it's not to scale, I don't know how it will be helpful, but no objection.
All right, Exhibit 5 is admitted.
And if I may publish.
Go ahead.
saying, what does this sign mean?
Show me the sign. Never seen it.
I think that's what they use for reflect.
We will look it up.
I don't know how to look up a sign that doesn't have a name with it.
Yeah, I don't know. Anybody know?
Oh, we might use the one behind you.
What does it show?
All right, can I have the detective? Oh, never mind.
Will you move
Okay, so
us
this
out?
is Exhibit 5,
Huh?
the first page. Is this sort of an overview of the entire residence as well as the items of evidence that you collected?
That is correct.
So we understand where we see these little yellow placards. What do those indicate on your diagram?
On this diagram, they indicate the items of evidence for that particular room.
And do they each have a number associated with them?
Yes,
And is the second page of your diagram a reflection of what each of those numbers refers to?
yes, it is.
We see in this A, B, and distances. What is that?
So the reference points for this particular purpose, we did a triangulation method. So we take measurements from 2 known points in that room, and then we measure out to the item of interest. And then that was how we get a point A and a point B measurement.
All right, so at the first page here, that's the actual diagram. What is the reference points that you are using to make these distance measurements?
So the reference points are not depicted on this diagram, but in this particular room, if you look at the wall where items number 2 and 12 are, the upper or the left upper corner is B, and if you go straight down towards the kitchen area, that along that wall, that corner is A.
Okay, so when we see a reference measurement from A of 21 feet to the bat, we're talking 21 feet this way should be where the bat was?
No, you're talking 21 feet from that corner, straight line to the bat.
Okay. So whatever the closest measurement or closest way to get there would be?
Correct.
So the bat, it would be something like that.
Correct.
Okay. And then when we see reference point B for the bat, then you're talking from this point to the bat?
Correct.
Okay, just so we understand that. When Chandler Police Department goes to a scene like this, do they utilize any type of photography system to help better document a scene so that you can see things more clearly sometimes than with photographs alone.
Yes, depending on the scene, we would use a system called the Lizard Q.
What is Lizard Q?
It's in essence a 360-degree photographic system that you set up on a tripod inside or wherever your location is, inside, outside. And you start the process, and the internal computer for this system specifically takes a set number of pictures where it's overexposed all the way to underexposed, and the images in between. And it does this at various locations along the path to create enough overlapping images. And then those images are stitched together and actually create a 360-degree sphere of the scene.
Did you have to get trained on how to use Lizard Q?
There was some training involved, yes.
If, again, my paralegal can approach with Exhibit 139, you can take a look at that.
Hey, sweet Magnolia.
Okay.
You recognize a thumb drive that is in Exhibit 139.
Yes.
What is on that thumb drive?
On this thumb drive will be the Lizard Q spheres.
Okay. And is there a reader on there so that you can actually view it?
Correct.
There's a piece of paper in there as well. What is that?
The piece of paper is a set of instructions on how to use the Lizard Q viewer so that you can view the spheres.
And did you initial the thumb drive to indicate that you had viewed it and you recognize that as the Lizard Q that you created on July 11th of 2019?
I have.
Or did you actually create that?
I created the thumb drive.
And that's your thumb drive that you put it onto?
Yes.
All right. State will move to admit Exhibit 139.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
139 submitted.
Judge, at this point, might I ask the witness to come down here to utilize the Lizard Q? I can sit at the table, but it needs to be put into a computer to do that, and I don't think we can hook it up there.
I need energy. I'm melting.
You need a 5 hour.
Oh, God, no.
All right, so if you
What do
can
they do to you?
insert that. on the
Blech.
laptop.
Oh, not
Yeah,
me.
thank you.
Blech.
They helped me wonderfully with no buzz.
I'll take kratom. Where's my kratom?
Yeah,
Kratom.
take them.
Where'd I
I might have
put
to
the
log
kratom?
into my computer
I need to
here.
buy some of those from you and have them shipped to me.
I
Can you
will.
do that?
Sample pack I can give. Where did I put it? I just saw it.
Can that be done?
You from there.
Or do you know?
All right.
Well, what?
Can you talk us through, so you've opened the thumb drive to where that's at. How do you get to viewing this program?
So first, you'll have to double click on
Hold on, one sec, I'm sorry, we're
Interpret
waiting
both
for it
of them.
to,
I get it, please.
I'm ahead of you.
yes, the USB is in that laptop up there on the podium. There, yeah.
So first you need to double click on the lizardqviewer.exe so it can open it up. And then it's going to ask you where to look for the spheres. I think that's going to be. And then you just double click on the sphere you choose to open up, and it will open it up for you.
Can you make that larger so we can,
Waiting for it to respond.
got it. Okay,
So once you have the sphere open, you want me to just?
Yeah,
continue
if
on?
you can just tell us how to work that first, and then we'll ask a few questions.
So once you have the sphere open, if you depress the left mouse button, you can actually move the images around. Without depressing the mouse button, you can zoom in and you can zoom out with the scrolling wheel. If you depress the right mouse button and use the scrolling wheel, this will darken or lighten your sphere. It will give you the ability to look outside as opposed to just the photographs washing it out normally so you can see inside. With this particular program, you can open up multiple windows, but you'll really only be able to view one at a time, but you can go back and forth between them.
So for this sphere that we're looking at, we see Charles Vallow there, correct?
Yes.
And then there's some white cards that we see around the room. What are those?
Those are 3x5 cards that officers have dropped in the scene. A lot of times they'll do that to help identify to detectives items that they observed and to be a warning to other officers to watch out for these items as you're either moving through or exiting the scene.
Is the Lizard Q program then used prior to the scene being documented? And let me say this. We saw in your diagram, Exhibit 5, that there were little yellow placards or numbered items. Is that something that's actually done in the scene? So we were looking at the bat, for instance.
Correct. So in this particular moment in time, we just merely left it with the placards there. Again, it was attempting to capture the scene as we as an investigative unit found it. There can be times that we'll do this first and eventually go through putting evidence placards down and then maybe do another sphere showing all the evidence placards.
So would it be fair to say that this is done to document the scene prior to police going through and having, maybe digging through areas to find potential evidence?
Great. It's much like when we do overall photographs with the 35mm camera. This is just another enhancement of that.
For this room where we see Mr. Vallow, do we have two different spheres?
Yes, in this particular room, I did a lower sphere and then I raised it on the tripod that you can see in it to another height. And then I did a sphere there. So we have a program that we can combine those and make it a measurement sphere. So we could do measurements linear, but not to and from the camera because of its limitations.
So what is provided here is without measurements.
That is correct.
And without anything being marked yet.
Aside from the 3x5 parts.
Can you show us the lower level sphere as well?
This is the lower level.
Okay, then the upper level one, sorry.
Thank you, Hello It Brit. Thank you, honey, for joining.
As you can see, your point of view has changed a little bit, but the room has remained the same.
I want to see it myself.
And that's all using the same initial placement of that tripod, but just moving the camera height up higher or lower?
Correct. The tripod has the ability to elevate to the platform that the camera is actually on.
All right, thank you. Connor, could I have the witness go back to the?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm gonna turn this for now.
That judge is like,
And he looks so bored.
So although that documents what the scene looked like that we saw prior to the marking of evidence, as a scene agent, do you still utilize photographs?
100%, yes.
Why?
It's just an added fail-safe. The lizard queue can, if you do the lizard queue, then you're restricted to just the view from where that camera is at. When we do overall photography, we actually move around and get it from different perspectives. This is just another tool in the ability to show what the scene looked like.
Did you also photograph rooms where the lizard queue was not used?
Yes.
When you photograph a scene, what is the process for that?
I'm not
When
sure
you-
I understand.
Sure. When you enter a scene as a scene agent and you are looking at one like this, do you just go into the room where this person is and just photograph that area and that's it?
No, we would photograph the entire place to document it. The lizard queue, because of the volume that it takes and not necessarily information that would require the setup of a seer, then we will just stick with the crime scene photos for those particular rooms.
Okay. So I can have my paralegal approach with exhibits 6 through 138. You can look at those and let me know if you recognize what those are photographs are.
thank you, everybody, for joining me. We really appreciate you. While they're doing that, I just want to drop a big shout out to As the Gavel Drops. Thank you so much for your support. If you like to read documents and dive in and just analyze different motions, please go to As the Gavel Drops in Discord. Log in, register, validate your account, and you too can have the same documents that we have. And as always, thank you so much for your support.
What do you do one of them little jumping spiders?
I will. Now you made me want to get another one.
Did you have them before?
I have the containers over here. I had them in my room. I did it for a project for a little kid.
I forgot.
Son.
I forgot.
One died, but it was older. You could tell he was ready to go.
He was ready to go.
But he was fed well and took care of until he went on.
Went across the spider bridge.
He crossed over the little spider rainbow bridge.
Yeah, well, you know.
Created a real fancy little.
Yeah.
You remember Hello It's Thank you, Haley Mouse. I might as well just go ahead and clean those up and put them in the window for the kids up front. We have kids. We have a kid therapy place.
What, the little spiders?
Son, so I can put them in the window up front in the little cages.
I think I'd like to have a couple
Oh.
here.
Cheryl, I would love to get her a baby monkey. Get her a
Oh,
baby,
good.
10-day-old baby. She would be a good. She's not fixed. She could have babies.
Nala can.
She's intact.
Well, could always just do it.
Oh no, try to match her with a male monkey and they don't kill each other. No, I'm not risking it. But do you know when she was given to me, if you were to go buy one, they were almost 6,000 just for a pet one, not a trained one.
Oof.
She's worth a lot more. Now that same person is charging 10,000 for the same,
Wow.
and he's making a ton of money.
Oh, I'm sure he is. I would
That's
love to be
roll.
able to breed Maine Coons.
Hmm?
I would like to be able to breed and sell Maine Coons. Yes, I would. I need some lips too. Oh, thank you, thank you. This looks lovely. Can you send what you just took through the mail?
Huh?
Can you send what you just took through the mail? Not 5 Hour, but your other stuff.
Yes.
So tell me how much it is. Oh, we'll talk about it later. Buy a document. Oh dear. Oh dear.
What?
Well, two things. Travis Kelce breaks up with Taylor Swift, and dozens are dead after
Okay.
roof collapses set to
You
home.
recognize all those photos?
Yes, I do.
Do they accurately depict 5531 South Four Peaks Place, both before and during and after processing it?
Yes, through various stages of the investigation.
Your Honor, if I can have those shown to the defendant.
Yeah.
Now, Detective, when you guys are processing a scene, in addition to photographing it, are you also looking for items that you may want to collect and actually bring back with you?
That's correct.
Can you talk to us about what procedures you use to collect and impound physical items of evidence that you're going to take with you?
Sure. It depends on the type of physical evidence, what the circumstances of the offense are. So the type of collection method can vary, but inevitably we'll identify it first, then we'll document it with photographs, and then we will come up with the plan that we're going to recover the evidence. And typically on scenes, I like to work in a particular direction collecting evidence. Others have their own method, but that's the method I typically use. And then I work along with the crime scene tech, and we'll go through exactly what we talked about. We'll have the overall pictures taken. We identify things that we believe are going to be relevant. And then we'll, for identification purposes, we'll usually affix some form of evidence tag, a marker, things along those lines. Not all items are actually taken. Some are actually just documented because it's impractical to remove certain things, such as a slab of concrete or something like that. So depending on the situation. So after it's documented, first with photograph, placard, photographed again, and then we will collect it. If DNA is an issue, the crime scene tech will be the one that'll take care of the method for doing it, and they will take the protective measures, whether they do gloves, swapping gloves out, or they do face masks, depending upon the nature of the evidence. If it's super DNA critical, then we will pull all the precautions out. In this particular case, it was not DNA critical.
Do you still wear like gloves or anything like that when you are collecting these items of evidence?
Absolutely.
Um, And are you using them and changing them to ensure, for instance, you don't transfer blood from one item onto another?
Right, and typically that's what our crime scene techs will do. We will direct the method that or the order we're going to collect, and then we'll go through that. And they'll be the ones that'll photograph. They'll change the gloves, place it in the envelope. Typically, it's a paper envelope, and then we'll move on to the next item and repeat the method.
So in this case, I'll put 5 back up if I can have the Alamo. Thank you. What was your process for how you wanted to go through this home in reviewing, collecting the evidence?
So for this particular method, I chose to work from the north towards the south, collecting as we went. Item 1 being the hat, which is at the north end of the room. And then it was kind of a toss up between 2 and 3. So I just decided to go ahead and go for 2, and then we would work our way down from there.
Okay. And so we see in this diagram, north is up this direction.
It's to the left of the image, yes.
Okay. And so in the photographs that you're taking of these individual items, do you see those placards or something that shows a 1?
Yes.
Now you talk about in this that there are scenes where you may have difficulty collecting an item. In this scene, did you actually cut out some pieces of evidence to bring back with you?
Yes, and that's why you'll see numbers higher than what was originally in the room associated to those items.
When you are processing a scene, do you always know what may be relevant or not relevant?
Not always immediately.
Is that one of the reasons why the entire residence is photographed instead of just what appears to be relevant here in that one room?
Correct.
So that later, if anyone wants to look at another room, that's been documented adequately.
Right.
When you're going through a house, even though you walk in and you see Charles Vallow on the ground there, are you still checking all of the rooms to see if there could potentially be something of evidence there?
Well, certainly. I'm no stranger to not having all of the information initially when I show up. So I will go through and I'll look at the residence to see if there's anything that actually stands out immediately. And maybe I'll be able to ask a few questions of whoever's doing the interviews to see if there's any relevance to it.
So are you looking for instance, any bloody items?
That would be important.
Are you looking for any projectiles or anything else that might be not in this room?
Certainly. Bullets pass through walls.
Are you looking for any evidence that might be related to this individual, Charles Vallow, like wallets or things like that that might have been left somewhere in the house?
Yeah, anything that could properly identify who was or may have been present at the time.
Okay. And that's sort of all those photographs as well.
Correct.
When you photograph a scene, do you start at the outside of the home?
Yes, we will typically start at the outside and work our way in and carefully avoid the items of evidence that have been readily made identifiable.
So Exhibit 6 here, what are we seeing here?
So this would be the front of the residence. It faces west. And we're looking at the main entrance that's just off to the right of the closed single garage door, and that door is open.
Your Honor, we're going to have to object. We haven't agreed to admit any of these pictures that are being posted.
I'm sorry, I did show them. The state will move to admit exhibits, 6 through 38, or 138.
Any objection?
To some of them, I mean, they're very similar, and I don't think that they all need to be put on there.
So your objection is that some of them are cumulative?
Yes. Yes, Your
Right.
Honor.
Let me see them. What numbers?
Yeah, which number, sorry?
6 through what?
138.
Do you have specific ones that you believe are cumulative?
Yeah, I'd have to go back through to get them specifically. I have some.
Well, let me browse them.
Uh-huh. Hmm. Oh. I can't hear you.
Sorry about that. I had a siren coming through.
Oh,
I
that's
forgot to put
good.
side- Monica Simatilli, they're still on the prosecution recross or
Oh, what?
whatever, reclosing, rebuttal, closing arguments, I guess.
So when they rebuttal, after
Look,
they finish
he's all
this
like-
rebuttal, will they rebuttal again with the other ones?
Possibly.
Oh. Well, the judge may be,
Rebuttal, recross, whatever.
well, the buttle may still be looking at pictures by the time it comes time for me to leave if he don't hurry. And then you'll have to call me and tell me where we are when they finish or when you finish for this evening. Oh, and I may sleep in my closet tonight, just like you said. It's so peaceful in there. I opened the door and went, oh, it's beautiful in here. Huh?
How big is it?
It's a walk-in closet, two sides. I got all my clothes hung on mine, and Marge's clothes are hung on one side, and on the other side are the tubs that would fit under the bed, but I didn't want to have to fight and getting them in and out from under the bed, so I just stacked them over there. It's lovely. I just like it's so beautiful. I'll take a picture of it.
In closet for so long, I wouldn't know what to do.
Well, it's not a walk-in that you can do a dance in or any of the beautiful walk-in stars closets. It's just big enough that But I tell you what, it's so much better. Margie's so good at just let me just throw it in there. I'm like,
Touch it and die.
you know those zombies that go. That's yeah. So help me, if you throw anything in there that I can't see the floor, you're going to be a zombie. Yeah, I said, how long have you just stacked stuff? She goes, all my life. I've been a stacker. And I'm like, the only reason anything is stacked around me is because I spend so much time in front of this computer right now. You know that feeling.
I know that.
That true. True that.
Well, I've reviewed
I get the one.
exhibits 6 through 138. While many of the exhibits show multiple pictures of the same items, there's no two pictures that are the same. They show different angles, different distances,
You do
different
the judge.
perspectives, and in some cases, the item as it was found, as opposed to someone picking it up and showing it from a different angle. So they're somewhat cumulative, but the court will admit those exhibits. They may help assist the jury in visualizing the scene and determining where things were at the scene.
So
You lost that one, boo.
we talked about Exhibit 6 being the front of the house. The door that you were talking about there, is that the door we saw in the lizard queue that was in that front room?
Yes, that's the double front main door.
Exhibit 7 and 8, was that to document a vehicle that was there?
Yes, again, to try to do overalls of the scene to show how it was when we got there.
At that time, did you know whose vehicle that was?
I did not have the opportunity, nor did I run the license plate of it, but it was documented, and I believe later on it was learned.
Okay, thank you. But not something you were responsible for?
Correct.
When we get to Exhibit 9 and then 10, is this sort of coming up to, and I'm going to pull this back a little.
Yes, that's approaching closer to the door.
11, which way are we looking as we enter the door here on 11?
So you would be looking to the northeast, northeast.
And you had talked about in a diagram a hat. Is that sort of what we see here?
Correct.
Okay. Is Exhibit 12 sort of looking the opposite way from that sort of vantage point,
Correct.
or south?
Southeast, yeah.
And does Exhibit 13 show us what the front entryway looks like?
Correct. So this image would have been taken from the northeast corner of the main room there.
We can see in this then the hat with the placard of 1.
Correct.
So when we are looking at your diagram, Exhibit 5, and we see the 1, that's what that's referring to.
Correct.
Exhibit 14, can you tell us our perspective of what we're looking at here?
So you're standing in roughly the northwest corner of the room, just down from the entryway, and you're looking south.
So we start to see some of those white cards there. Is this before you have added in the yellow placards?
Correct. This would have been part of the overall photographic effort.
So when we're looking at this house, I'm going to put up Exhibit 15. Can you describe for us this wall here? Sort of, can you go all the way around that?
So that wall with the mirror itself is blocking where the kitchen is. There's an entrance to the kitchen to the right of that wall. And again, you could get to the kitchen through the left opening as well, but I think there's also like a family room by that area.
Okay. But it's open. One could walk through either of these ways and come around back out the opposite door?
Yes.
Okay. So Exhibit 16, we see Charles as he lay when fire has left him at this point.
Correct.
So the items we see on him, we've heard of them cutting his shirt and things like that. This is you documenting how he was when you started to come into the scene.
Correct.
After fire's already treated him and determined he was deceased.
Yes.
over here, we start to see an area. What is right over there?
So just past that most southern index card is a hallway that extends to a bathroom and I believe at least 2 bedrooms.
Looking sort of to the north, what is this hallway here?
So now we're just looking north past the entryway. You can see the hat in the right part of the image there. And that would lead up to the master bedroom garage.
When you are looking at a scene like this, where you have a shooter, are you wanting to document all the different views of the items and the victim where they lay in the scene?
Yes, it's important to establish where things were at when we found them.
Now, are you able to tell us, for instance, if a casing rolled or a bullet rolled as fire is there or initial officers coming through yourself?
Having not been present to see it, I would not be able to tell you if any item happened to have been manipulated.
Does 19 show us part of that hallway that we're talking about to the bedrooms?
Yes, it does.
And then right next to it, would that be the sort of doorway into the kitchen?
Correct. That's past this mirror on the left would be where the wall rounds a little bit and leads to the kitchen.
So exhibit 21 here, we see this hat. Why in 22 that you marked as number 1? Why do you collect something like that?
The indications to me, initial assessment was that there was some kind of a struggle that took place. And it was unknown at the time who the hat belonged to. So it was decided that this could be important.
Are you given more than one chance to go through a house and try to collect evidence, or is it sort of a one-time shot?
Usually it's a one-time shot.
So if you aren't sure if something is relevant, do you collect it?
Yes,
So that later, if you determine it is, you have it?
correct.
And if you determine it's not, then no harm, no foul?
Well, I don't know about no foul, but yeah.
So in this case, did you know whose hat that was?
I did not.
I'm going to put up 15 first. In the diagram, we had seen a number over in this area. What was that?
The item should be marking the baseboard, and there is a bullet strike in the baseboard.
All right, I'm putting up 23 here, and then I'm going to put up 24. What are we looking at here?
So what you're looking at is the actual bullet strike where it peeled away a portion of the baseboard, but remained embedded in the baseboard.
So I'm going to put up, as we kind of go closer, 24, 25, 26. Did you eventually show in 27 that you guys pulled back some of that board to get to show what was embedded in there?
Correct. And at some point, we were needing to recover that projectile.
Okay. And so in 28, does this reflect, now you've kind of photographed what it looked like when you first saw it, and then as you peeled it back and the actual bullet or projectile that was removed from there?
Correct.
All right. And 29, show that bullet from a different angle?
Yes.
When you were looking at this, and I'm going to put 30 and 31, was there actually some sort of white paint transfer on part of that?
There's a little bit of transfer of material to the nose of the bullet, yes.
I can can have my paralegal approach with 243 and 245, or sorry, 243 and 235. Detective, do you recognize what those are?
Yes, I do.
What are those?
This would be the section of baseboard that we removed from the wall, as well as the projectile that we had removed from the baseboard.
Okay, I'm going to put up 34 here. Does that show sort of after you pulled out that section of that baseboard?
Yes, after it was cut out.
Okay. And then it's the projectile that you recovered in there? From that location, the other exhibit?
The other exhibit is the projectile that was recovered from there, yes.
State will move to admit 243 and 235.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
You said 243 and 245?
35.
Oh.
243 and 235.
It's ordered to make 243 and 235.
If I can have my paralegal go
Get the numbers right.
retrieve that.
No, not you, the judge and the lawyer.
So put up, to give us again a different perspective, 17 here. We've talked about, as you're kind of working your way down, you told us you started with the hat, then you went over to the baseboard, and then you went back to the west wall.
Yes.
And so we see in this photograph, Exhibit 17, what you have marked as item 3. What was that?
That was the baseball bat.
I'm going to show Exhibit 35. Is that a closer up of that bat?
Yes, it is.
Were photographs taken of the sort of edge of the bat itself?
The
The
fat edge, I guess.
The fat edge.
Here,
Let's
I
call
don't
it
know
that.
nomenclature of the bat, so yeah,
Not the handle. How's that?
yes.
When you were looking at this, were you looking for any blood? And I'm going to put up 37, 38, 39, or any biological material?
We were looking for visible evidence, yes.
Did you observe any yourself?
I did not.
Did the edge look pristine and clean to you, visibly?
Visibly, I did not see any sort of biological evidence on it.
Did you note any biological evidence anywhere on the bat that was visible to you?
I did not.
If my paralegal could approach with 249.
You need
You
to go to
recognize what
bed.
249 is?
Yes, I do.
And is that the bat that we have seen in these photos marked as item number 2, that we see here in Exhibit 35?
Yes.
State will move to admit 249, Your Honor.
Any objection? 248 and 249 are admitted.
So that was item number 3. I'm going to put up Exhibit 40. Do we see a placard there for number 4?
Yes.
And what was item number 4? And I'm going to put up Exhibit 42 here.
It is a full metal jacket projectile.
And in 43, does that show a different angle of that projectile?
Yes.
So this projectile was recovered to the east, maybe northeast of Charles Vallow.
Yes.
And was there any visible damage to this projectile?
There was some deformation to the projectile.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 239. Do you recognize 239?
Yes, I do.
And what is 239?
This would be what's identified in the picture as item number 4, the projectile that was found close to the body.
State will move to admit 239.
Objection.
No objection.
239 is admitted.
Wrong number.
FYI, Monica Simitilli has rested for the day. They shall return tomorrow
Tomorrow.
with prosecution still on rebuttal.
They'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow is another day.
God help us.
When you are photographing the scene, are you, again, we know this is after fire has been there.
Yes.
Were you present when fire was there?
I believe their engine was still there when I arrived on scene, but they were not inside.
So were you present when they were working on Mr. Vallow in the home?
No,
So do you know whether or not they had moved this projectile at all?
I do not.
When you were looking at Mr. Vallow himself, I'm going to put up 41, did you notice something on his left hand?
On the left hand, yes.
Yes. What did you notice on his left hand?
Substance consistent with apparent blood.
When you were looking at Mr. Vallow, did you note any other blood on his left arm?
I did not see any.
And when you are looking at Mr. Vallow, are you looking at the rest of his body to see if you noted any blood on his right arm?
Correct. I did not see any on the right arm. I did not manipulate the body until the medical examiner showed up.
So visibly, as he laid there in that supine position on the back with his arms out, what you were able to see, did you see any other blood like we observed on his left hand anywhere else?
On his chest, there was a little bit of blood, but on his extremities, I did not see any.
And so when we talk about his chest, is this the blood that we see here, sort of?
Above and below the pads.
Did the blood to Mr. Vallow's left hand stand out to you in any way?
Yes, it was interesting that it's just on that one particular part, but it's not completely surprising.
Was there any blood on the floor around where his hand was?
No.
So although we've heard of blood pooling underneath him, there was no blood around his hand as it laid there.
Correct.
So going back again to Exhibit 17, we've now talked about 1, 2, 3, and 4, correct? Do we see
Yes.
a placard number 5 there?
Yes.
What was placard number 5? And I'm going to put up Exhibit 45 now.
There's a shell casing.
And I'm going to put up 46 to be closer of it. And 47. Were you able to determine what caliber that was?
Yes, it belonged to a .45 automatic pistol.
Okay. Now, as a police officer, do you have a semi-automatic pistol yourself?
At least one.
Okay. And I guess as a reserve officer, do you still have some?
I'm not a reserve officer. I'm just retired. But yes, I still possess firearms.
All right. So in terms of a semi-automatic handgun and seeing this type of casing, can you tell us when you fire a gun, where does this come from? What is that?
So in this particular image, we are looking at what's commonly called a head stamp. That's going to be the opposite end of where the actual projectile would be inserted into the casing. the circular ring that you see in the head stamp there is actually what's called the primer. And that's what the firing pin hits to initiate the primer charge, which ignites the powder and then sends the projectile through the barrel.
If I
Thank
put
you,
up 48
Elena.
here, we have a projectile that goes through the barrel. What is this item here? It's casing.
So this is what's left of the cartridge. So it's the casing. This is what holds the powder charge, it holds the primer, and it holds the projectile all in one unit until it's initiated.
Diane, isn't it 6 o'clock your time?
Yeah, it's 6:18, 19 my time.
You were supposed to be done at 6.
Oh, I know. But you know how I am. Just can't leave. I just hate to leave you stranded. What do you do?
Tomorrow in cemetery trial, so we are going to go to verdict, I guess, maybe tomorrow.
Maybe, we hope. All right, then I'm going to leave you.
And you know what I hate?
What did
My
you say?
hearing aid Bluetooth. I can go all the way down the hall. I can go into the restroom, but 1 foot away from the toilet and the sink, my hearing aids disconnect.
What's wrong with them things? What's wrong with them things, girl?
Go like this.
All right.
I
I
have
will,
to connect every time I come back.
I will see you tomorrow.
Tomorrow's the 9th. Do I have you all day?
I will carry my
You were gonna. We'll talk tomorrow.
we will. We definitely will. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Oh,
I gotta go close the shop, but I'll be right back. We'll just have this will just be rolling.
With the firing pin striking the primer. After the charge starts the projectile down the barrel, then the most semi-automatic weapons will actually, the slide will start moving back to the rear, and there's a piece of the slide called an extractor that goes around that back rim of the projectile there, around the head stamp, and it pulls it backwards out of the chamber. And then it completes the cycle going all the way to the rear where it hits what's called an ejector, and that kicks the casing out of the gun and readies it to go forward, stripping a new cartridge off the magazine, if there is one, and loading that into the chamber ready for the next shot.
So when you fire the gun, projectile goes out the barrel and this casing gets kicked out.
Correct.
So I'm going to go back again to Exhibit 17 where we see 5. And I'm going to put up Exhibit 49. To the south of 5 here, did you find another casing?
Yes.
Is that what we see in Exhibit 49 and 50 as placard 6?
Yes, it is.
So were those located in the generally in the same location?
Fairly close to each other.
When a casing is ejected from a gun, do they just plop down and stay right where they landed?
No, there are many different types of firearms out there, so the casings can eject in different directions. Some will, or most will eject out to the right. Some will go farther back towards the right, some will go forward, some will go center, some actually kick higher up in the middle. It really depends on the manufacturer, the process, how the person's holding the firearm. So there are a lot of things about it, but there's usually sufficient energy designed in it so that it kicks the casing out so it doesn't interfere with the feeding of the next cartridge.
In your experience firing guns, can casings bounce or roll or move after they are ejected?
Yes.
Item that we see is number 6 and number 50 there. What caliber casing was that?
It's a little blurry.
Do you recall if it was the same 45 caliber as the other one?
They were both 45 caliber.
I can have 238 and 240.
I don't know about y'all, but this evidence is pretty damning. Alana, thanks for telling me about the jury selection being tomorrow. I appreciate it. I mean,
You
jury
recognize
selection.
238 and 240.
Yes,
What are those?
these are the casings recovered from the main room where the body was.
What we saw as 5 and 6 in the exhibits.
That's correct.
State will move to admit 238 and 240.
Any objection to 248 and 240?
No objection.
248 and 240 are admitted.
238 and 240.
Oh, I'm sorry, 238 and 240? Okay, they're admitted.
Now, do the police move the body when you're processing the scene? Do you go around and move Mr. Vallow around?
No,
Do you have to wait for someone from the medical examiner's office to come do that?
that is correct.
Sort of the body is their responsibility?
Yes,
Are you present while they're doing that?
absolutely.
And are you looking for any other evidence that may be on, around, underneath Mr. Vallow?
Correct.
In this case, did the medical examiner's office come and remove Mr. Vallow's remains?
Yes, they did.
Once his remains were removed, did you document by photographing, we see here in 53, the blood that was left behind?
Yes, typically we would call this the void image to show what it looked like after the body has been removed.
Now, is the blood been moved somewhat by the body itself being moved?
Correct. Part of the process is the medical examiner's investigator will manipulate the body by rolling it from one side or the other to get a good look at the side that's not visible with how it was laying. And then they'll work on manipulating the body into the bag for transport.
So looking at the void or the blood pool that we see here, has it been altered somewhat from what we saw or observed while Mr. Vallow's body was there due to the movement of his remains?
That would be safe to say, yes.
Okay. Did you and other officers clean up that blood pool?
Yes.
And in doing so, did you observe?
No, 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 no. Okay. Do you want me to show it? Do you want me to show it? I don't like to show it. All right, breaking news. Thank you, Miss June. Karen Reed says opening statements are expected to be on Tuesday. That's when they're selecting their oh god, my hair. Opening statements are supposed to be on Tuesday. Oh, I can't do it. Can't do it. There we go. So per Alan Jackson will be giving the opening for the defense. Last trial, David Yannetti did. Okay. I'm just, whoa, not what I needed. I'm going to give a warning. If you can't handle the sight of red liquidy substance, do not look until you hear me say it's conclusive.
And in doing so, did you observe anything on the floor?
Yes, underneath, well, once the blood was cleared off, we could actually see a defect in the wooden floor that was consistent with the projectile strike.
All right, I've put up exhibit 56. There's a placard number 13 there. Is that
Don't
far
look.
away so we can see the location of
Don't
where
look.
that is in perspective to the room?
Okay, you can
Yes,
look. Say,
Having seen Mr. Vallow's remains in the room and then having them removed, were
interesting.
you able
Now,
to
here-
determine approximately where this defect that we see marked as 13 was located in relation to Mr. Vallow's body?
yes, it would have been consistent with being under his left shoulder.
Did you take closer up photos of that defect?
Yes,
I'm going to put up 59 that shows that placard. Is this what you were talking about?
that is correct.
How did you, well, let me ask you this. Did you look at the rest of the floor to see if there were anything else that looked like that?
Yes, that was a consideration, so we did look at the rest of the floor.
So you went through that whole room to see if you found any similar type of defects on it?
Correct.
Did you?
No.
So this was the only one that looked like that?
Yes.
And I'm going to put up 58. So we see other defects in the ground. What made this different?
The size of it, the directionality, the fact that it was directly underneath the shoulder where we observed an exit wound, and the fact that there was a projectile found on the floor in proximity to this defect.
Was it, let me ask you this. As a person who has processed crime scenes, fired guns themselves, did it appear to you consistent with a bullet strike?
Yes, it did.
And what were you basing that on?
The way the indentation is and how it tapers up, coming away from the body in the same direction that the projectile was located.
Did you and other detectives remove that piece of wood?
Yes, with great pain, yes.
All right, putting up exhibit 60. Is that to show the piece removed and exhibit 61 to show the actual piece?
Correct.
And did you write on it so that you would be able to later look at that piece and know how that fit into the puzzle?
Yes, it was important to make sure to establish directionality on that piece.
I can have my paralegal approach with 240. I can have my paralegal approach with 244. Do you recognize 244?
I do.
And is that the actual piece of floor that was removed from 5531 South Four Peaks Place?
Yes.
State will move to admit 244.
Any objection? 244 is admitted.
And is that what then we see here in Exhibit 61?
It is.
Obviously, this is inside plastic, but this is the piece you're talking about.
Correct.
oh, they cut it out of the floor. That sucks. Or is that the side?
I'm
No,
going
that's
to talk to you a little bit about
that's horrible. They had to cut it out.
the rest of the house, and then eventually I'm going to come back to this. Did you told us that
Would now be a good time to take our
Sure.
afternoon recess since we're close?
Okay, so now we're on afternoon recess. Thank you so much for joining. We have, let me give some updates. Like I said, hello, Elena. Thank you for liking. Again, Karen Reed says opening statements are expected to be Tuesday. Alan Jackson will be giving the opening statements for the defense. Last trial, it was David Yannetti. So woohoo, Tuesday's the day. The day. We will be live Tuesday with that, and then we will cover this at night, so long as I'm able. If it gets too much for me, then we'll do recaps. But Karen Reed will be my main focus. As for the Simitilli trial, now that they are going into jury instructions and verdict watch, I won't come back until they have a verdict, but I will be updating you and letting you know where they are, how long they've been in. I'll have a timer. I'll do all that. Well, I don't know if I can't show the timer, but I'll have one. And then on the other trial, which is the Sturmer trial, I will be giving you updates on that as well. Today was the last day. I might do some tonight, but I can't follow 4 trials at one time. And my mods are about ready to all jump ship. It's not their fault. I started doing some of these trials when we didn't have anything to do. The trials were slim pickings. I cannot help that the Monica Simitilli trial has gone into its what day? Let me look it up. Monica Simitilli is in day 40 something. Let me see. Closing. Let me see if it gives the number of days. 1, 2. We're in 4 days of closing, and I think it was 30. I think yesterday was the 40th, the 41st day. Nobody anticipated 42nd day. Thank you so much. Yeah. So today's 42. Nobody anticipated that. Not I, at least. I didn't anticipate anything going that long with her. So, yeah, not the best of places to be, but and then we have these Sturmer trial, which we were watching. Her son is up on the stand. We got, let me see, 2:53. We got about 3 hours. I will go ahead and do that tonight to end it there. And I will cover when I can, but I'm not going to be jumping. I did have to pause in the middle of testimony to hop on over into this case, which upset a few people, and rightfully so. I'm new at this. I've been doing it almost a year now, but this is the first time I've had so many trials hitting at once. So patience, please. I'm trying to figure it out. I am. I'm trying to figure it out. And it takes time. I mean, everybody goes through growing pains, and I'm kind of at it. I'm looking. So I don't want to go back over to the Sturmer trial and then have to quit and come back. So we're not going to do that. Why do I have 100 different likes up here? Caitlin, no. What kind of dyslexia do you have? I don't want to go there. I have bad dyslexia. I have bad dyslexia. That's what I have. Bad dyslexia. Bad dyslexia. Oh, but anyway, I want to thank all of you for being here. Don't worry about the haters, folks. Bedtime for me, Alana. Thank you so much. Bueno, bye. Appreciate you so much. Buenas noches. I really do. Get some good sleep, love. Get some good sleep. Good sleep. Okay. Y'all, good night. Good night to her. June, thank you for sticking in there with me all day today. All Haley Mouse, Toxic Orchid, all of you, Gerald, all of y'all. Thanks for hanging in. Images by Yvonne, welcome. I know it was earlier today. Thank you for hopping in. I don't know if you're still watching, but if you are, we appreciate you hopping in. We really, really do. I am streaming right now on X, YouTube, and here. Yay! So awesome, awesome. What? Oh, Nikki in 1972. I'm just trying to find out some more information. I'm going to X right now just so we can look and see what's going on. Everybody, let's take a quick stretch break, okay? Everybody get up. Come on, get up. I've stretched your turn. Good morning, Miss Out and About with Diane. Good morning to you. Somebody asked me, why do I keep changing outfits? Well, when I interpret, I have to be in all black because it's easier for them to see because my hands match my shirt too much. So we need to have contrast. So I'm not interpreting right now. I'm tired. That is very draining. Very draining. It's very mentally challenging. It is. It's very mentally challenging, but it's okay. I love it. I love interpreting. Does anybody here use cheaper hearing aids that work well? Where did you get them? Walmart? You don't want cheap hearing aids. They don't work well. So anyway, sorry about that. That was a question in my Jeff chat. Okay, there's not much. By the way, I did get hit pretty hard yesterday with that thing I was showing. I cannot believe I got hit for that when other people have played the entire program on their channel and do not have any rights to that. Thank you very much for all those who have subscribed. I have 11 new subscribers. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you. I really, really do. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Miss Erin. I see you, baby. But if you're not a subscriber, please go and subscribe. Click that little bell so you can know when I'm going live. I have been following way too many trials. So we're slimming it back down. It's so hard when you start a trial. And then well, as soon as you start the trial, hard to let it go when the one you need to be on comes up. I'm like a rabid dog on raw meat. I don't like to let go of things when I start them. So that's the way it is. That's the way it is. Sorry. I've been going down memory lane way too much lately. Right now, just so you know, the Sturmer trial, the poll that was on, I think, Court TV had 85 or more percent guilty. Guilty. I have been looking at trials and I am taking suggestions. Once again, do so under the member information. Drop in my Discord. Someone can drop my Discord. That'd be great. What I would like to do is I need to find a trial to focus on, and I have a couple of suggestions, but I want more. One of the trials that I'm going to start focusing on when I have time is let me get to it. Simpson. What was his first name? Brad Simpson. Brad Simpson is arrested for, let me get it. I want to thank my mods who set up my Discord. Haley Mouse and your mods, you're fabulous. I am trying to learn Discord. I know my Discord, but when I go into somebody else's, it's just so much letters in print, and it looks like a white blob. So, but anyway, the state of Texas versus Brad Chandler Simpson, hereby commanded to arrest Brad Chandler Simpson so that you may have the accused when required before the Honorable District Court of Bexar County, yada, 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 for a first felony degree to wit redrum, given and attested to under my hand, signed, sealed, deliver, Judge Martinez. And so he was arrested for unaliving his wife. Here's a little breakdown on that. So let me get it where I can see it. The victim in the case has been identified as Susan Clark Simpson. Date of birth was June 16th, my daughter's birthday, but 1973. She will be referred to as a victim from here on out. The actor in the case has been identified as Brad Chandler Simpson. Date of birth December 30th of 1970. Herein reads the defendant. The said defendant further identified in SAPD computer files under blank name. It's been redacted. It has been the offense of redrum was committed on or about the 6th day of October in 2024 in Bexar County, Texas, or San Antonio. Your affidavit is probable cause is said belief by reason of the following facts. The undersigned affidavit being the peace officer, under the lawsuit of Texas, has been certified peace officer since 1987, is currently assigned lieutenant for the Olmos Park Police Department Criminal Investigation Division. Olmos Park is a subdivision of San Antonio. Your affidavit is over 4,000 record training hours in the Texas Commission, yada, yada, yada. It's been signed, Brad Chandler, date of birth, once again, 12/30 of 70. White male, 53 years of age, henceforth now 54. Called the defendant, said the defendant is further identified by the Bexar County Jail records as blank, his ID number. On or about 10/7 of 24, while off duty, the affiant received a call from Sergeant Blank, a Texas certified PD officer, stating the patrol officer was actively working on a missing person case in Olmos Park, Bexar County, Texas. Your affiant was given a brief synopsis of the case. Your affiant notes defendant lives with his wife, Susan Simpson, and their two minor child, ages 5 and 15, at their residence in Olmos Park. Your affiant received information from the officer Blank, a Texas certified police officer, who told me that he learned from Blank, a credible and reliable person, that the friend of Susan Simpson met to discuss her disappearance on the evening of 10/7 of 24. That Blank called the defendant on 10/7/24 with her concerns about Suzanne Simpson's disappearance. Defendant had not called 911 yet. The Blank informed the defendant that she was going to call the police. The affiant learned that the Alamo Heights Dispatch, another suburb of San Antonio, initially contacted the police on 10/7/24 at 9:57 p.m. Well, they reported that Susan Simpson was missing, and the affiant later learned in the Olmos Park chief that the defendant called at 10:11 p.m. and left a voicemail for the chief, Blank, after Blank. Upon contacting the defendant at his residence, the defendant reported that he had not heard from his wife, Susan C. Clark, since Sunday, 10/6 of 24 at 11 p.m. This is an interesting piece of work, y'all. On 10/8/24, the affiant spoke to the officer spoke to so-and-so. Both Texas certified officers provided information regarding the missing female's identification, Susan C. or Clark Simpson. Officer blank stated he had been in contact with blank, a friend of Suzanne Simpson's, throughout the night and gathered information for his report, paragraph redacted. The affiant later reviewed the body camera footage of the initial report at Simpson's residence. Your affiant observed the defendant claimed that Suzanne lost her cell phone while at local HEB prior to coming home on 10/6/24. On 10/8/24, approximately 9 a.m., your affiant listened to a phone conversation occurring. I'm just double checking everything. Let me see. Approximate conversation occurred between the Almost Park police and the defendant. Your affiant's note, defendant said he was with his wife the morning of 10/7/24, approximately at 6:30 a.m., and he was leaving to drop off his child at school. The defendant stated that he peeked into a separate room and observed his wife asleep. This contradicts his statement about not seeing his wife when he initially spoke to the police officer blank the night of 10/7/24. On 10/8/24, the affiant spoke with a blank who was a Texas certified police officer. Texas Ranger blank is assisting in this investigation. Texas Ranger blank told me he blank spoke blank, credible and reliable person. Hold on. There's a lot of blanks in this. So then on interviews and information obtained from the officer, you can sit here. The affiant determined that on the evening of 10/6/24, Susan and her blank friend, I assume, left a party approximately 8:30 p.m. at the Argyle and went to HEB. HEB is Henry Howard E. Butt. And they actually are the biggest grocery store in Texas and one of the biggest chains in the United States. And they started right here in Kerrville. We actually had breakfast in the original HEB building. It's a big grocery store and a nice one. So when you hear HEB, it is a grocery store. They were there from 8:40 p.m. to 8:51, according to the video surveillance footage at HEB grocery store. Your affiant believes that Susan Simpson and blank arrived at a residence shortly thereafter. Your affiant learned that the Texas DPS criminal analysis, upon reviewing the call detail records of Susan Simmons' cell phone service, they observed the following on 10/6/24. 9:15 p.m., Susan Simpson called a family friend to say she was coming over. Your affiant reviewed the surveillance video from the Alamo Heights PD, which shows Susan Simpson's vehicle arriving at the blank residence approximately 9:25 p.m. At 9:16 p.m., Susan Simpson called her mother blank to report that the defendant had just assaulted her, causing her pain to her arm, back, and neck. The duration of the phone call was from 9:16 to 9:24 p.m. Your affiant later learned that Susan Simmons' cell phone carrier, that her device was suspended on 10/6/24 at approximately 9:16 p.m. at the request of the subscriber. Reviewed the defendant's phone records indicate the defendant accessed the AT&T application at the same time as Susan Simpson's service was suspended. This contradicts the defendant's initial statement that Susan Simpson was losing her phone or had lost her phone on 10/6/24. Now, on 10/8/24, your affiant conducted a non-custodial interview on blank, who resides at blank Almost Park, Bexar County, Texas, directly across the street from the Simpsons' residence. Your affiant determined that blank was found to be credible and reliable. Blank said he witnessed the defendant, Susan Simpson, loudly arguing at about 10 p.m. on Sunday, October 10/24, in the front yard of his residence. Stated he saw the defendant and Susan Simpson physically struggling with each other. Why didn't you call the police, dude? She may still be alive. Blank stated he saw the defendant, Susan Simpson, physically defendant grab and run away from the defendant. She ran from the defendant in a westernly direction. Stated the defendant started running after Susan Simpson was trying to grab her. Stated he lost sight of them as they went and exited the yard. He states he went inside the house to get a flashlight to come back and look outside. He states that approximately 1 hour later, he heard the defendant's truck start up and depart the area, and stated he had heard the defendant's truck return approximately 1 hour later. Your affiant learned that the Texas DPS Criminal Analysis Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI forensic examiners, the following. The defendant initially engaged in a series of ongoing cycles to include complete shutdowns of a cellular device, preventing data collection beginning 10/6 of 2024 and approximately 11:09 p.m. through 10/7/24. So he was shutting off his phone and only turning it on for a quick second and shutting it back down. The FBI forensic examiners advised your affiant that the defendant shut down his phone in a manner rarely seen, referring it as a lockdown mode. FBI forensic examiners defines lockdown as a shutdown of the cell phone done by the person who wants to avoid detection. We can keep going. We got 15 more pages. But this case is so insane. I'm going to put it over on the sidebar because we do need to get done with this case over here. And that is the case of Lori Daybell. She's back in court and we're ready to go. Let me get it back up on scene. Hold on, guys. I don't have sound. Do you have sound on your phone? You can hear my live. I can't hear that. Sorry, baby.
Yeah, I can hear it.
I don't have any sound going through my machine.
I'm hearing Chandler.
This?
Do you note here?
So there was again another bag, and more specifically, there was a pistol that was laying on the floor.
We start with 72 here. Was that just like a garbage bag with some clothes in it?
Yes.
So of more relevance to you was what was next to it?
Correct.
What did you find there? What is this orange thing there? And we see a whole lot of placard numbers.
Right. So the placard numbers are obviously identifying particular items that are going to be seized as evidence. That we have the orange bag with what appears to be a gun box inside, and then we have the pistol. And the three placards next to the pistol are specific for the pistol itself, the magazine from the pistol, and potentially the chambered round in the pistol.
So 74, is that a close-up of that pistol?
It is.
What kind of pistol was that?
Pardon.
What caliber was it?
Okay, guys, I have a question and I need a mod's answer. Am I going to get in trouble with YouTube because that weapon was shown? Because I know they don't like it when you show weapons. Am I going to get in trouble? Can somebody answer me before I move on quickly? I don't want to get in trouble. I've already had enough of that. Hold on. So I'm going to zoom past that, if you don't mind. I don't want to get in trouble, but I do need to
247.
know if someone can tell me.
248. And 236. Sorry.
I know she doesn't know.
Do you recognize 247, 248, and 236?
Yes, I do.
And are those what we saw in Exhibit 83, the gun case, as well as in 73, the orange bag that the gun case was in? And hold on. What we see in 85, the single live round that was found inside that bag.
Correct.
State will move to admit 247, 248, and 236.
Any objection?
Just a foundation, Your Honor. If he could give a serial number or something that could authenticate those.
Well,
Hello, Everett. That's okay. I know that if you're monetized, you can get demonetized, but I had a trial. Which one was it? Oh, it was the Alec Murdaugh, and they were holding a gun and waving it around and doing all that crazy stuff. And one of the 2 days I got in trouble with YouTube, but I don't know if that's changed. Maybe it was because I was so new. I don't know. I just don't want to get in trouble.
testified that those were the items that he recovered from the
I just may
scene, so
demonetize.
I guess you can question him about that on cross. Give me the numbers again.
247, 248, and 236.
Those items are admitted.
I'm going to show you, as you continued sort of in this hallway, Exhibit 88. Can you put us into perspective of where that is? I'm going to put 19 sort of back up. Where is what we see, this room with the blue on it, Exhibit 88?
So those two doorways would be on the south side of the hallway that leads up to the pink or maroon room. Specifically, the blue one would be the most southwestern bedroom of the home. And then the other doorways to the hall bathroom.
Okay. So again, did you go into this blue room, and look for any potential items of evidence?
Yes.
So in the room with the sort of child themes on it, did you find anything bloody in there?
No, ma'am.
Any ammunition in there?
No.
In the pink room, we saw the gun. Did you look in the floor of that room to see if there was any blood drops in the pink room?
Yes.
So I'm going to go back 1 second to 87. So on this floor and the bed and around here, did you notice any blood in that room?
No.
No blood swiped across a wall?
No.
No blood on that orange case?
The orange bag?
Correct.
No,
No blood on the black case for the gun?
no,
Or the extra magazines that were in there, any blood on those?
no, none seen.
So then in the blue room, did you do the same sort of thing? Look to see if there was any bloody clothing, any blood swipes, any blood drops, that sort of thing in there?
Correct. No items of bloody anything was discovered in there.
Okay. And nothing on the floor either?
Correct.
When we go to 92, you said that was the hall bathroom next to it?
Yes.
Do we see that in 93 and 94 here?
Yes.
Did you look in everything, like even the sinks, to see if you saw blood there?
Yes.
Along the countertop to see if you saw blood there?
Correct.
Did you note any bloody items, any that was anywhere in that bathroom?
I did not.
When you were walking down that hallway to those rooms, did you look on the floor there to see if there were any blood drops or blood trails or swipes of blood on the wall?
Yes.
Did you observe any there?
No.
So 98 here, can you put us in perspective of what we're seeing?
So this would be towards the feet of the body, where the kind of the hall splits to the kitchen and then to the bedrooms that we were just discussing.
99, is this like a lanyard that was hanging on the wall there?
Yes.
So wasn't knocked off or anything?
No, it's where we found it.
And as you go through 99 there, is that how you entered, one of the ways you could enter into the kitchen?
Correct.
And is this sort of a view of that?
Yes.
So in the kitchen, did you look on the floor there to see if there were any blood drops?
Yes.
Along the cabinets to see if there were blood drops there?
Yes.
When you got to the sink, I'm going to put exhibit 103 and then 104. Did you observe a small amount of what appeared to be blood on the faucet itself?
Yes.
Did you look sort of as well in the sink itself to see if there was any blood there?
Yes.
Did you observe any there?
Did not see any visible blood.
Now, when you're going through the house and looking to see if you note any bloody items or any other items of evidence, are you looking in things like trash cans?
Yes.
So was this a trash can in the kitchen, for instance?
Yes.
And did you note any bloody rags or towels or anything thrown in there?
No, ma'am.
You said that there was also sort of a living area in there.
Correct.
I'm going to put up exhibit 112 to get a better perspective of that. So is this the doorway we were talking about?
Yes.
And so the kitchen here opens up into the living room.
Correct.
Did you look through that area to see if you saw any blood on the floors?
Yes.
Did you observe any?
No.
Did you look through that area to see if there was any blood on any of the furniture or walls or anything like that?
Yes.
Did you observe any of that?
No.
In exhibit 111, where does this doorway lead?
That leads back out to the mirrored room, the main room where the body is.
So when we were talking about the two doorways, one sort of directly into the kitchen and the other sort of more towards the end of the kitchen living area.
Yes.
This is what you were talking about.
Correct.
And in exhibit 113, can we see sort of both of those doorways?
Yes.
Okay. And 114, overall perspective of that.
Another perspective of it, yes.
So throughout this whole area, again, you're looking for anything that might be relevant because you have one chance to document it, correct?
Correct.
We talk about 115 and we talked about the original layout of the house. Is this that front entrance area again?
Yes, it is.
And where are we looking in this perspective?
So you were looking in a north direction.
Where does that head towards?
It heads towards the garage, the master bedroom, and I believe a room that could double as an office.
So when we go along this wall here that we see in 115, 116, 117, is this the sort of what we would call office or playroom?
Yes,
Okay. Did you look through there, see anything bloody in there?
we looked and found nothing.
Was there like a powder room in this area?
Yes,
And did you search that as well?
it was.
And again, you're looking in sinks and in trash cans?
Correct.
And did you observe in 121, 122, the trash can and toilet and sink, any bloody items there?
No,
Was there a laundry room in this area?
there was.
And I'm putting up 123 and 124. Did you look through the laundry area to see if you saw any bloody items in here?
It was looked through, yes.
So although there's some clothing and some folded towels, none of those had blood evidence on them.
Nothing that stood out with blood evidence, no.
And then again, even looking in the trash cans that we see in 126 and 127.
Correct.
– 128, are we now heading into the master bedroom?
Yes,
129, was there sort of an office setup in there as well, 130?
correct.
And are you again looking through the floor, looking everywhere for any items of evidence?
Correct. Anything to indicate that what happened in the other room transferred into this.
Okay. Or any cleanup from after it?
Correct.
As you went through this, did you do the same sort of thing, looking through the floor and walls, 132, 133, for any blood evidence?
Correct.
Did you observe any in the bedroom?
No.
Do you go into the master bathroom and check there as well?
Yes.
The 134, 135. Did you observe any evidence, blood evidence in the master bathroom?
It did not.
And again, checking even the toilet itself as well as the trash can
Yes.
that we see in 137 and 138. So other than the one drop or whatever smear of blood on the kitchen faucet, did you see any other blood evidence at this scene?
No.
Let me put that in a different way, other than what was around Charles's remains.
Correct. No trails, no swipes, nothing that other than the sink faucet in the kitchen and the area where the body was.
So you told us that you cleaned up the blood there and you saw that defect in the ground that was consistent, or in the flooring that was consistent with a bullet strike, correct?
Correct.
When you were looking at this scene, actually I'm going to start with 15, did you note injuries to Charles Vallow himself?
Yes.
On the front of him, where did you note the gunshot wounds to him?
Immediately before the medical examiner arrived, the only visible gunshot wound was in the lower left abdomen area.
Did you learn one it was in the chest underneath some of the medical debris?
Yes.
When you are looking at this scene, are you able to utilize part of your shooting reconstruction training to try to determine any type of trajectory, or if anything is consistent with trajectory based upon the scene itself, items that you are able to view there?
I do try to apply my knowledge of that to the scenes as I go to them and go through them, and with whatever evidence or information comes directly back to me.
Are you relying on, for instance, the location of Mr. Vallow?
That's part of it.
Are you relying on the location of the casings?
That's another part of it. Not a major part, but it is another part.
Are you relying on the location of the projectiles?
Yes.
When the medical examiner came, were you also able to see exit wounds on Mr. Vallow?
Yes, in conjunction with also the chest wound.
Okay. So when the medical examiner came, you saw a second injury to the front side of him.
Correct.
And where was that approximately?
In the sternum.
So for us, somewhere in,
About the center, maybe roughly the center of the chest.
okay. So and the other one you said was in the abdomen.
Yes.
When the medical examiner was there, where did you observe other gunshot wounds on his back?
I observed another one that would have been just to the left of the spine, and then another one that would have been by the left shoulder blade scapula area.
Okay. Now, given the number of casings, did you start with an idea that there might be 2 shots?
Yes.
Given the number of wounds on Mr. Vallow, did that appear consistent with that theory?
Very much so.
So 2 entrances, 2 exits?
Yes.
When you saw the projectile that you recovered that we see in Exhibit 20 on the side over here that entered into that baseboard, given the injuries to Mr. Vallow and the projectiles and the location of this, were you able to determine any consistencies of where the shooter may have been when that occurred?
Approximate location, yes.
And how did you do that?
Based on the wounds to Mr. Vallow, the location of where the projectile had ended up, and where the casings were, the working theory at that point was that the firearm ejected the casings to the right, striking the wall where that has the curve there, and bounced
Prosecution,
back
babe.
towards the west wall. The projectile would have continued on a relatively straight path and embedded itself in the baseboard at the other end of the room.
Yep.
So would that have put the shooter somewhere in this area?
Yes.
And so that to you seemed consistent with one of the shots having gone through him and ended up what we see in Exhibit 20 over here in the baseboard, Mr. Vallow being somewhere over in this area.
Correct.
Okay. Given the information that you obtained, let me ask you this. Given the information that you saw at the scene there, again, with the casings, the injuries to Mr. Vallow, both to the abdomen and the shoulder, and then after you cleaned up the blood, the damage to the floor underneath the location of his left shoulder, were you able at that point to start have any concept or have a idea of what would be consistent with where the shooter may have been and where Mr. Vallow may have been for that shot?
Yes.
What did you base that on?
Again, a lot of the factors that have been discussed, the location of the projectile, item number 4, the defect in the floor that was underneath him, the location of the second casing. It was all consistent with the shooter having been at the feet, not necessarily right upon the feet of Mr. Vallow, but in that direction, close enough so that the projectile could again bounce off that wall and land on the west wall.
The projectile or
The casing, sorry.
When you were looking at this scene, I'm going to put 56 up. Obviously, there's no exact, I'm going to move Mr. Vallow this way just to kind of be looking the same direction. Did this defect appear to be in the area of Mr. Vallow's shoulder?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Vallow had been rolled a couple times by the time you cleaned that scene up.
Yes.
So you didn't like stick a rod through him there and see if that worked?
No, that would be inappropriate.
Are you even allowed to do that?
No.
Does a medical examiner frown on that?
Yes, the body is theirs by law.
So you're basically able to look at where he was located and say that that is consistent with being underneath his left shoulder.
Yes, and we did take measurements of the body before it was moved.
All right. So when you measured where the body was and then you cleaned up that blood and measured where that projectile divot was that consistent with where his left shoulder was?
Yes.
Given that information that you had at that time, were you able to draw any conclusions as to whether or not the evidence was consistent with Charles Vallow being laying on the ground when he was shot?
Very much so in the position that you see him. He was, the second shot that entered the abdomen would have been where he was lying.
Did you attend the autopsy itself?
I did.
And when you were at can you tell us what it means when you attend an autopsy as a detective?
So as a detective, we go to the medical examiner on the date that they're going to do the autopsy. There is the autopsy suite itself where the doctors and technicians work with the bodies. Observers will be outside of that suite, but able to communicate with the staff. There's a window where we can see everything that's going on. And like I said, we can communicate either by a phone that's on the wall or they'll come around and talk with us. We have the ability to observe everything that transpires. There's even a camera overhead that we can manipulate to get a different view. Say the feet are towards us, we can get the camera to look at when they're working on the head or something like that.
When you were at the medical examiner's office as they were performing the autopsy, did you learn additional evidence that helped support your opinion as to whether or not Mr. Vallow was laying on the ground when he was shot in the abdomen and the bullet exited his left shoulder?
Yes.
What was that additional evidence that you considered when reaching this opinion?
Well, I had asked for specific things for the doctor to include in the examination that would help me with rendering that information. One of them was to measure the location of the bullet strikes on the body, both the entry and the exits. And then I also asked for the use of trajectory rods, if it was available, to help demonstrate the angles of the shots so that I could visibly see everything. They have the unique experience of being able to see the actual damage to the organs as it's passing through. It's not all super clear for me for that part, so the trajectory rods help out a lot.
Having observed the location of the injuries, that measurement, the trajectory rods, did that further support or go against your opinion that Charles Vallow was laying on the ground when he was shot in the abdomen?
It further supported it.
Well, do we have any more? Is that it?
In your opinion, then, can you list all the factors that you rely upon to determine that or to reach your opinion that Charles Vallow was laying on the floor when he was shot in the abdomen and the shot exited his left shoulder?
The consistencies of a lot of the evidence that I had personally seen. The trajectory rods helped establish that alone, where it shows the entry into the lower left abdomen and then the exit out through the left shoulder blade area. The divot in the floor that was located underneath the body. the projectile that had expended the rest of its energy coming from underneath the body and coming to rest close to the body. There was a lack of stippling that was visible, meaning unburned powder or gunshot residue actually on the skin or clothing that we could identify. So that gave us the fact that the shooter was a bit of a ways away from the body, but the body was firmly on the floor at the time of the shot. There's just no way for the impact on the floor and the exit of the body to articulate anything else with that angle.
After you, let me ask you this. Do you recall how long you were at the scene that day?
I got there about 9 or a little after, and I think we left sometime between 1600 and 1630.
What's that in normal people time?
4 to 4:30 in the afternoon.
Did that sort of end your involvement in processing this whole scene?
The Four Peaks scene, yes.
Absolutely.
Your Honor, the state has no other questions for this witness.
He looks at his watch like,
Cross-examination.
oh my God, how much longer am I going to
Your Honor,
have
can
to
I
be
have a few
doing this?
minutes to defer with my advisory council? before
Briefly. Yep, briefly.
It's been a long day, y'all. I'm not going to deny it. Been a really long day, but that's okay. Not every day in court is exciting, and you know, we had some good witnesses. I think that Lori has done a decent job. For somebody who doesn't know what the hell she's doing, she's done a decent job. Perfect? No. Decent? Yes. She's doing better than most people do as a pro se. I don't care what she says. She's done better than most. I must confess. Let me see if I can. Nope, I can't zoom. We're caught up. Everyone, thank you so much. She is doing very well. Hello at Brit, one sunny day. Haley Mouse, Aaron, out and about with Diane, Elena, who's in bed. Maybe she's sleeping. Honey Boo. We've had some new people hop in here. Or was that the other live? But everybody, welcome. Thank you so much for joining. Please make sure you hit that like button. Put LIKED in like that in the comments to be entered into the drawing for a chance to be in the giveaway at the end of the month. And then please sub. I would appreciate it so very much. We are starting a little bit of a transition. When Karen Reed starts, there's going to be some new things. Things are going to be a lot different in the way in formatting, but it's the same. I don't know how to say it. So yeah, it's going to be great. I am still looking for someone to volunteer to take notes for the Karen Reed trial for me, because Diane and I are going to be interpreting as much as possible. And when I'm interpreting, I cannot take notes. And then Lori Vallow is at night, and I'm not going to be able to have the energy after both trials. I have to go back and rewatch Karen Reed. So if anybody is interested in being a note taker for me, if you're good at taking notes, bullet point kind of notes. I don't need word for word for everything, but good bullet points, key phrases would be great. Once again, that's because I'm going to be interpreting as much as possible. It's always, I can barely click a mouse when I'm interpreting. I have to wait till Diane's interpreting. We have learned that, I think she's doing very well. Yeah. We have learned that Mr. Vallow, Alex, the guy that unalived Mr. Vallow, It does
All
not
right, I need to
appear
excuse
to
the
have
jury for
done
just a couple
CPR.
minutes to resolve something. It should only take a few minutes. We'll have you wait in the jury room, and then we'll continue.
Okay, I'm going to mute it for a second. So, even though he was supposed to be doing compressions or claimed to or whatever, if it was done at all, it was super ineffective. Usually when you have an exit wound, you will have more blood exit the body as you compress the chest. So it's one of those kind of things. And yes, Karen Reed is having openings on Tuesday, but they didn't get all their people yet. They still need 4 more. Well, they should have them by then. Hopefully some of them that have been picked don't back out like some of the others already have. We've already lost one for sure. But back over to this. They did start chest compressions as soon as they arrived on scene, the paramedics, and then they very shortly after doing said chest compressions, they stopped. They stopped doing the compressions. So, yeah. It's sad, but there was no hope for him, because it apparently it went through the heart. We will get the ME, and we will hear the details. It looks like they were moving. It was my understanding. Do we know how many days they lived in that house? It was my understanding. I thought they lived there for about a week. Where's furniture? If they bought the house and were moving in, there's nothing there. I would expect there to be something, unless they were going to be moving at a later date. But interesting timing, as far as I'm concerned. So we are on a quick break over there. I'm going to go ahead and do the giveaways from this morning's live. Let me get this up and going. Here we go. Or if it was too loud. Woohoo! Toxic Orchid, you won this morning's giveaway entry. You are into this month's giveaway. Woohoo! So we got that one done. We still have the one from this live to do. But thank you for watching again, Miss Toxic Orchid. I appreciate you so much. You are an amazing person. You are an inspiration, and I just know I can't do this without you. Toxic is the proud owner of the As a Gavel Drops. They're the ones we get all of our court documents from. It's the one-stop shop for any case that is being covered in the public. They are following approximately 500 trials right now, and they are on Discord. You go to Discord, go to As a Gavel Drops. Then you turn around and you must validate your account. You must do that in order to access the court documents. Once that's done, enjoy. They are great support, and we appreciate you. And I love all my court junkies. Thank you very much for your support. I really, really appreciate every single one of you. Y'all are simply amazing. And my honey bun left without telling me. He just walked out. He just walked out. Oh, I got that. Y'all pray for my friend Herbie. He may end up being blind. He had major problems. Unfortunately, he's had some major eye troubles, and I'm worried about him. Very worried about him. But as it is, he's a trooper, and I believe that he will have his sight restored, or at least not blind. But give him some love. We really appreciate him. And then there we go. I want to also give Miss Diana, thank you very much for all that she does. She's simply amazing. She comes on and she interprets for me when she can. I'm trying to find As the Gavel Drops coffee account. There it is. Y'all go to buy me coffee on the As the Gavel Drops
Primarily, yes.
and donate so they can afford to pay for all.
Did you work for someone else before Chandler Police Department?
United States Army, Arizona Department of Corrections, a couple other little jobs after I got out of the Army.
Did you work for Gilbert Police Department at all?
No.
And as the scene agent that day, you talked about, you were there. Did you write a report about that day?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you write that report?
I don't know the day I sat down to write it. It was shortly after the event,
So close to July 11th, 2019?
close to it.
Within a week, maybe?
Again, I don't recall when I specifically started typing that.
And when you arrived that day, who was there already?
Patrol officers,
Just them?
the fire department might have been there. Alex Cox was there. Other detectives arrived. I couldn't tell you the order of which everybody arrived.
And where did you park?
I parked north of the scene.
And then did you go directly into the house?
No, ma'am.
What did you do first?
We received a briefing of what patrol officers had learned. We learned that there was a body inside the residence, and we came up with an investigative plan.
Who did that debriefing to you?
I don't think anybody specifically ran the debriefing. We, as detectives, gathered around the patrol officers, and they informed us basically of what they had seen and what they had been told.
And who were those detectives with you?
Well, Detective Duncan would have been there with me. Detective Moffett would have been there. I didn't take a roll call of all the detectives there. Possibly Detective Inclin. I don't know.
Okay. And then where did you proceed after that?
Debriefing.
Well, after the debriefing, I provided the information of what I had learned to Detective Kaminsky, who is still back at the police department, and gave him the information necessary to request a search warrant for the residence.
And then what?
We waited.
To get the search warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
To have it issued.
To see if the judge would issue it, yes.
And how long did that take?
Don't believe we got word back from the courts until it would have been probably between 11:30, 11:45, and then we made entry shortly thereafter.
So is it your protocol that you can't enter until the search warrant is issued?
That is what we do once the scene has been made secure, yes.
Okay. And then when you entered, who entered with you?
Myself, the crime scene tech, we were the initial ones. I think Detective Duncan might have come in with us as well, but that would have been the extent of the initial entry.
Do you know the name of the crime scene tech that was with you?
Jordan,
Is that the last name or first name?
the last name.
And then what did you do after that?
Well, after that, we continued to go with our normal process of having photographs taken. I did the lizard Q spheres. I completed getting.
I appreciate she's doing well, but is she going to have him go through every step again?
information necessary for the diagram that was presented and continue to just do our job.
So is that protocol to do photographs first?
That would be our protocol, yes.
And then what do you do after that?
I know that you were searching for the blood in all the rooms. When did that occur?
That occurs after the initial photographs are done, and then we can walk through and look in the particular areas that's been photographed already.
Okay, so the photographs are finished and then you guys kind of walk through.
Or at least finished in an area that we can actually walk through, yes.
Okay.
And then when did you set up the tripod after, how long after that?
So the tripod was set up after the area had been photographed. So that way I wasn't interfering with anything. And that way we're not having the tripod in our original photographs.
Oh, right. Makes sense.
And do you think, so Detective Duncan was with you going through the house?
I believe he was there, yes.
So it was basically the two of you or three of you going through room by room, or were you split up, or how does that work?
We would have divided and conquered a little bit to make the search a little bit more expedient. But that, again, you're slowed to the time frame of what it takes to do the overall photographs.
So the photographs took about how long?
I don't ever look at my watch to see how long it takes because it's a big house, as you're aware. And I let the crime scene tech do their job. I don't push them and tell them that TikTok, there's nothing like that. It's do your job, we'll follow along.
Okay, and you guys started that process at about 11:45?
I think the actual time would have been closer to noon that we would have started that process.
The warrant was signed, or
And about how long did it take to go through the whole house?
I did
And
about
about how long was that process?
Again, for me, I don't document how long it takes for any particular task because each scene is different. I just focus on doing the tasks. I rarely take a look at my watch to see how much time I'm spending on it because I want to do the job. I don't care about the time it takes.
And you did not pick up any of the evidence that was marked. That wasn't part of your protocol, is to take the evidence into custody. Is that correct?
Most of the evidence I did not pick up, correct.
And whose job is that?
We usually defer to the crime scene techs to do that. There are times that we will assist them with doing it depending on what the item is.
So that day, was it Jordan who did that? Was he the crime scene tech that took that evidence?
She would have been the one that was collecting at our direction, yes.
And so you kind of pointed out as the detectives, and then they pick it up and...
Correct, because they're trained how to handle evidence, how to package evidence, how to process. So we work in tandem together. We're the investigative body, and they're the scientific portion of it.
Makes sense. Okay, what time do you think that well, let's ask this. After you're done with the photos, and then you're done with checking the house, and all of the evidence is picked up and logged, then what else do you do at the house? What else did you do at the house that day?
Well, you just bundled that up into like tiny little package, but it took a long time to get to the point that you're talking about. So my day pretty much involved the scene. As far as ancillary jobs to go somewhere else or do other things, now my day was pretty much spent there on Four Peaks.
Correct. Yeah. So when did you leave the residence then?
We secured from the house sometime between 4 and 4:30 p.m.
And what other tasks did I miss that you accomplished during that 12 o'clock to the 4:30 time? I just don't know what you were doing in there. I'm just wondering.
Well, we identify the proper or the evidence items. We're looking for other evidence items. I am still doing the diagram, so measurements need to be done. We have to wait for the medical examiner to arrive because we can't do anything with the body until they show up. And then once they show up, we pretty much stop with the other projects until we can focus on the body and get the body out of there, because there aren't very many investigators for the medical examiner in the county. So we don't want to tie them up longer than we have to. And then we'll resume searching or identifying information, evidence, collecting it, and working our way to a conclusion where we can leave the scene.
So after searching the whole entire house, did you guys search the backyard at all?
It was searched.
Did you do that or did someone else do
I
that?
did not.
Who would have been in the backyard searching?
It would have either been another detective or we would have asked an officer to do it.
And what would they be looking for?
Any blood evidence, anything to indicate, based upon the information we had of the event that took place inside that house.
So when you made your assessment, you were able to leave after that assessment was made, that everything was accomplished?
Oh, what assessment are you talking about?
That all the evidence was gathered and collected?
That I was satisfied that we had collected what we needed to collect?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Oh, is it showing?
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's, actually, let's just turn that off until we need it. Thank you.
So you stated earlier that the type of weapon that was found was a .45 caliber?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a semi-automatic?
It is.
Okay. How is that different from like a revolver? What's the difference between that?
The build itself, I like to use simplistic terms when I describe what a revolver looks like. Most people are familiar with a Western movie. So the wheel gun, that's a revolver. What you see modern police officers carrying these days are semi-autos. So that's kind of the analogy I give to people that don't know guns.
And what's the difference between when you're shooting a semi-automatic?
Good
or shooting a
analogy, dude.
revolver, how fast you can shoot? Does that make sense?
The speed on which somebody can shoot is dependent upon the shooter themselves, the skill level they have, the weapon they might be using. There are a lot of circumstances and things that happen to be able to qualify that statement.
Right. And you have taken many gun classes, right, that we heard of?
And I'm an instructor, yes.
And you're an instructor. So when you're taking a gun class, is it common for them to say, is it common that they tell you to shoot center mass? Is that a common term?
That is what we train as police officers, is to shoot center mass. It has the highest probability of guaranteeing a hit on the adversary that you're trying to shoot.
Right.
The biggest
So if you
part-
were being attacked, you should point at center mass. Is that correct?
That is what's trained, and because stress can obviously create issues, but yes.
Is it
Just
a
think
common
again.
term to say to center mass?
No,
In
that
training?
that is something that I've heard, but I wouldn't classify it as common.
Would you teach that in your class?
It depends on what class is and what we're actually doing. If it's standard officers, no, I don't tell them to always shoot to center mass, no.
If it was a novice who was like taking a gun class for the first time, would you teach them that?
No.
What would you teach them?
Anything
You
you
would
can hit.
teach them to shoot till the threat went away. And that can be with one shot. It can be with more than one shot.
Aim for the biggest part. In that case, my butt.
So in this particular gun, the
I gotta make it
45,
right.
when the shells are ejected, where do they go?
Out and away.
So in this particular gun, do they go to the right or to the left?
I've not test fired this particular gun. I believe that most semi-automatics do eject the casings out to the right.
Yeah.
Whether it's high right, low right, I'm not sure. It could be farther forward, it could be farther back.
Yes.
I did not test fire this gun, so I cannot speak specifically to how this particular gun ejects, other than most likely to the right.
But it could go to the left?
No, not the way the ejection port is set up.
So no guns that are 45s could go to the left?
Certainly, you could have a left-handed gun set up that it would eject that way. But the way this particular gun is set up, the ejection port dictates which way that's going to go. When the slide cycles back and that extractor pulls the casing back, the ejector is usually located on the opposite side of the extractor, and that will kick it out of the actual ejection port of the slide.
So
Why
for
is
someone
this-
like me who doesn't,
Lori, I think you're doing good, but you're going down a rabbit trail that doesn't affect anything at this point.
really understand,
Unless you want to know if the bullet, if I'm facing you, you're Vallow, I'm the bad person, and it ejects to my right, or if you're watching that way, this is my right, then the bullet would have been found on my right, his left. I mean, the casing would have been found on my right, his left, if he fell back. So, was the casing found on the left or the right of the body? Is that what you're
understand
getting at?
guns too well, you would say that a right-handed gun, they would eject out of the right, but a left-handed gun, they could eject out of the left.
And they're very rare to see.
And do people have left-handed guns? I guess I never really thought about that.
Some people do.
Yep,
If you're left-handed, you'd want that, I guess.
not necessarily.
Okay. So
I'm right-handed, but I'm left-eye dominant.
in this particular case, when you said in your report that the shells bounced off the wall, they had gone to the right, like they were supposed to. Is that correct?
That is what I was operating off of, yes.
And then they would have bounced to the left.
Yes, because that makes sense.
And they would have landed to the left of my husband. Is that where they were found?
Along the west wall.
Okay.
Yeah, I was right.
But-
We were, now I know. Yep, she was headed there.
How close to the wall were they found?
The pictures show where they were found. They're relatively close to the wall, inches away.
I was gonna say inches,
Yes,
not feet, but inches.
correct.
And so
Yeah.
would that be a normal trajectory
That's
from
okay here.
hitting the wall to where they landed?
I am not surprised by seeing that, yes.
According to how fast they would be going, how fast does a casing come out of a gun? I don't really know.
I've never chronographed a casing coming out of a gun. I've only chronographed bullets. So I have no idea how fast a casing comes out. It doesn't come out with enough force to really hurt anybody.
No.
So there weren't any divots in the,
If it falls down here, I was shooting with a V tape, and I'm in one hit. Actually, no, the person next to me shot to the right. And I'm sitting here at the range going, and the person, my friend, is next to me. And I holster, and she starts shooting, and one went right down here. And let me tell you, that thing was, I got a little burn. It was like,
the wall or anything like that because,
There could be microscopic divots, but it'd be very difficult to find.
and you didn't find any.
I've had
that
one kick
were
up and
visible
hit
to
me.
the eye.
Nothing that's
Over.
caught my eye, no.
So were you there at the time when Alex did the walkthrough?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you were there
Did he describe where he was standing?
Sustained.
Did he show you physically where he was standing?
Sustained.
Was there a wall right next to where he was standing?
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm not asking for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm saying he observed this person standing in that place.
Oh my God, did she just use legal terms? Man, she's memorized it well. Do you know what? If she wasn't a psychopathic murdering witch, she possibly could make a decent attorney. Shocker.
Well, you can ask him if he observed Mr. Cox standing in that place.
Okay. Did you observe Mr. Cox standing in the room where he
Kinda
told you that the
helping.
gun was?
I observed him standing in the vicinity that he indicated.
And was that in the hallway or in the main room?
Right. If the question is in relation to Mr. Cox showing or recreating or demonstrating, then the objection is sustained.
Where did you observe Mr. Cox standing when he went through the walkthrough to?
Well, that's the testimony that I'm saying is a form of hearsay. So please ask a different question.
You're close, but not that
I'm
close.
trying to understand, Your Honor. So what the witness observed is not relevant?
I didn't say that. Let's do a sidebar.
Okay, I would love that.
Sidebar.
Okay, guys, we are doing a sidebar. Let's stretch. Come on. Let's get some stretch. Sidebar. Sidebar music. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. Okay, guys, I do need to let you know. Thank you, Miss June, again for the information. I did see this, but I didn't report it. The Utah judge has denied Corey Richard's defense request to move the Red Room trial to the Summit County to Salt Lake City. It was denied. Denied. My chair is squeaking with it. Yeah, I know, y'all. I'm cray cray. It's okay. So I have to tell you, we haven't really heard anything unusual. It's pretty basic. Laying foundations of evidence. I don't expect this to be too spicy, although I love the medical examiners. I can't wait to hear that. Somebody asked, how long is this case slotted for? It is actually slotted for 6 to 8 weeks, the same length as Karen Reed. I really hope this doesn't go that long, but at the rate we're going, it's going to. Yeah, going to.
Detective Coons, where would you place the shooter standing in that room?
I would place the shooter in the area of where the curve of the wall was in the kind of the hallway entry area, somewhere in that general area.
Yeah.
So would you have it, what direction would you place him standing? Facing, I mean, not standing, but facing.
For which shot?
The first one.
The first one in a more northeasterly direction,
Mhm. And the second?
in a more northern direction with a slight deviation to the east.
So would you have him stepping forward? Is that what you're saying?
No,
What direction would you have him moving?
I didn't say the shooter moved.
You're just saying that he shot from a different angle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you think he was standing in the same location?
I don't know that.
So according to where you put him standing with the first shot, the casing bounced off of the wall to the right and landed to the left.
Correct.
And then where you have him standing in the second shot, the same thing happened.
Approximately, yes.
And how far apart were those casings found?
I don't have the specific measurement of how far apart they were. They were a few feet.
So they're a few feet apart.
Yes.
So if he was standing in the same place, would they be a few feet apart or would they be closer?
It depends on a different amount of things, like how was the gun being held? Was it canted to the side? Was it not? What the angle was. Could the shooter have moved? A little, but it would have been in the same general vicinity.
But you said he didn't move, according to you.
I said I didn't say he moved.
So he could have moved because they were more than a foot apart, the casings found.
A little, yes. Would have been in the same general area.
So he could have taken a couple steps.
Perhaps. Could have.
Trying to nail him down on something he can't be nailed down on. Just saying. You're not going to nail this. It's not, there's no way to nail this. Move on, my dear.
Slid the body sideways.
Okay.
Anything that you can do to the body, it could have been done in a short area.
And is that common in, I don't know with shooting, if is that common with someone to shoot once and then move and shoot again?
Yeah.
I'll sustain it on speculation.
In your experience
mind blown.
as a firearms expert who fires a lot of guns, right? Would that be a common thing to do?
All right, I'll sustain the objection as to speculation.
Okay, I got to say this. In sign language, when I use self-harm, it's this. Okay? Mind blown. Mind or okay. Someone got mad at me because I went like this and then I go. Anything appears more mind blown. Anything down here is self-harm. Okay? I'm making clear. Want to make it clear for my deaf people and the hearing people. Usually I just point the brain. Blown. All right. You're right. He didn't see the shooting.
Let's talk about stippling. The first shot, according to you, had stippling. Is that correct?
No,
It did not have any stippling.
none was observed.
And the second shot,
None was observed.
no stippling was observed.
Correct.
Is that what's in the ME's report?
I believe so.
That's
So there
true.
was no stippling?
Something's going on.
Can I have a minute, Your Honor?
Well, can you please, Your Honor, may I please have a moment and wait for him to answer and not just turn around and walk off? I think her assistant attorney is dealing with her.
When you were observing the autopsy, the ME didn't say anything about stippling?
I don't recall any mention about stippling.
And you didn't have a discussion with him about it?
We would have if he'd observed any.
And so if he said that
Absolutely.
to someone else, you would be surprised?
No.
I don't know what he had in his notes. I didn't author his report.
Can you describe stippling for us? What
It-
that is?
Sure. It's basically a combination of particles that come out from behind or follow the projectile as it exits the barrel. A lot of times it's partial burned or unburned powder, and it's a short distance phenomena, so the person has to be extremely close for the pattern to actually present itself and the particles embed in the clothing or the skin.
So if stippling was found, how far away would the gun have to be from the victim
That depends on the gun.
on this 45 semi-automatic?
I am not a expert on the stippling patterns. That is something that we would have to send to the lab for. And what they would do is they would test it with witness panels at different distances to give that information.
Is there an estimate?
That's where it would come in. Usually the medical examiner, if they observe stippling, will give an estimate of close or contact.
So would you be surprised if he said 2 to 4 feet?
If that's what he says.
That if there's stippling, then the gun would have to be 2 to 4 feet.
It's possible, but I wouldn't hold my hat on that, no. I would have to have the gun tested for that.
Okay. And
Is
so,
this a good spot to break for the evening?
Yes.
sure, Your
I
Honor.
mean, I'm not cutting you off. If you want to ask
Yeah.
a few more questions, that's fine.
No.
Nope, that's fine.
All right, we'll take our evening recess. Members of the jury, please remember the admonition. I'll remind you to specifically avoid any outside information, any information about this case outside this courtroom.
Yes, so I'm not quite sure what they said.
Okay, those
Yeah.
call. Check.
We're going to wait for the jurors to get out.
And in the subpoena says they need to appear tomorrow.
Correct, along with one civilian who also reached out to us, Joe Congrats.
Okay, but was there
Detective Moffett and Joe Congrats are who I'm aware of, who were given a subpoena with no number to call and confirm, just says to come here tomorrow.
It was my understanding that the subpoenas were to say to call to check in beginning on the date tomorrow because we didn't know where we would be at this point in trial.
who do you want them to call to see when they actually need to be here?
You.
Because obviously
Nope.
the state's not going to finish their case this week, I don't think.
Correct.
Give the defense their numbers, I don't know how, I just wanted, I mean, obviously if she wants them to come here and I will tell them that, I just was passing that along as that is obviously.
So it sounds like the subpoena may have been missing some information of who they should check in with to make sure they report on the correct date and time.
That would be your
So who do you
assistant
want them
attorney.
to call? Those witnesses, your investigator?
Yes.
And, okay, so we don't need to put it on the record, but the state will pass the investigator's number along, name and number along to those witnesses, and they'll call your investigator, but you're saying they don't need to report tomorrow, correct?
Correct. I didn't get to see those subpoenas. They went straight from my paralegal to OPDS, so I'm not quite sure what they said.
Okay, so I'll direct the state to provide that information, contact information, and that those witnesses just need to stay in contact with the investigator.
Perfect.
All right, anything else for before tomorrow
No, Your Honor, that's it.
from the defense?
Nope.
All right, we'll be at recess. Thank you. You can sit down.
All right. We're done. Dun, 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 dun. We're done with that. Yay! And it's not dark out yet. I might get to see some sunshine on a cloudy day. Let's go ahead and do the drawing so we can get that done. I want to thank everybody for sticking in with me. And we will be streamlining this in the next day or two, I promise. Yay, Sweet Magnolia, you won! Woohoo! Thank you so much, Miss Sweet Magnolia. We are so happy for you. We will see everybody tomorrow morning. Keep an eye out on my webpage. On my YouTube channel. Click that bell so you know when I'm going live. All of my fabulous people and mods, thank you for hanging in there with me. We will be here tomorrow for the Lori Vallow Daybell trial. And then, we'll keep y'all updated on Karen Reed and Simatilli. All right? We'll see y'all later. My mods, I love you all very, very much. I can't do this without you. In the meantime, y'all have a good night. I'm going to get some sleep. I hope. Anyway, see you later. Thanks for joining us. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.